Replace the nuts in these things with toasted coconut?
Oh, fuck you.
I am guessing that toasted coconut is not a favorite.
I was the only coconut eater in the house.
Okay, fine. Shaved chocolate flakes.
See, I like to buy Girl Scout cookies, but I don't buy Thin Mints much anymore. I buy Samoas because they're safe. Nobody will steal those.
Apparently,
I buy Thin Mints and they're gone.
well, I mean, Thin Mints are life, but like apparently this thing is a 5-minute thing. You make it in 5 minutes without baking, and I'm really curious how they pull that off.
I'll watch it later, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just tormenting myself now. Because why the hell not? What's wrong with torturing myself, right? She's doing the cake in the frying.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's like a pancake.
The Boros Legion gets some like the coolest.
Get some of the coolest what now?
The Boros Legion gets some of the coolest mounts in the game.
It's not all about the mounts, though.
I haven't even looked at the features of the different guilds. I've just been trying to get my head around like which one would fit, and then whatever they get, that's what we go with.
They get a thing called Skyrocks that are essentially what, at least from the picture of the head that I saw, they look like pterodactyls.
Zandri has her mount already picked out, so... The dinosaur angle, though, would be nice for Galibar. He was really disappointed he couldn't get one.
Yeah, but I don't see him fitting personality-wise very well into the Boros Legion.
Well, he does. The only real thing is he's not exactly the most lawful person. He has like a chaotic personality.
Like I was
but,
saying, he and
like,
Zandri can
yeah.
be the insubordinate new recruits together. Squad.
But he is all about like protecting people, and that's like their big thing. So
Yeah. You left about 15 minutes ago now? You should be about-
as I mentioned, he'd probably just pick whatever Zandri picks to begin with because he's not really she's like the only person he would really truly know there.
It's like when you and your friends go to an event you've never gone to and you're supposed to be mingling and you're like, okay, we should go meet new people, right? Yeah, we should. That means we should like actually go talk to them, right? Yeah, I guess we should. You want to stick together? Yeah, let's do that.
Exactly.
I don't go to things like that.
Neither do I really. I don't like it.
No, sir, I don't like it.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Gally.
How are we doing today?
Oh, we're good. We're just discussing open revolt and rebellion once we join the Boros Legion. Probably court martials and executions, all sorts of fun. He just sighs.
Yeah. You know,
we weren't really. I'm just messing with you.
no. It's like this is every D&D game. Yeah, and this is why the longer you DM, the less you realize you've actually seen, because it's you put something in front of the players and they go, oh yeah, that's fine, but this little detail over here, let's go that way, let's find that.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
Yeah, well, it's fun. I've been challenged in a good way, and really it's more just sort of questions and well, hey, is this something we could do, from my Thursday night group, since I have a couple of people in there who do have some stage experience of, well, how can we put more improv into the game?
Oh, that's
and so I have been, that's always been part of the game from the beginning, even unwritten, where it's like, well, here's the situation, and you never know how the players are going to react to it, or one person has one idea, another person has another idea, and then someone comes up with something that's different that kind of fuses them, and you're off to the races with something that nobody ever expected when they sat down. And so how to, especially in a more scripted, out of the book campaign, how can you have more of that improvisational feel? So I've been doing some reading on improv techniques that can be brought into D&D sessions and everything. So excited to see how that will go.
If any of those resources are shareable, that'd be interesting sort of player improvement as well. I'd be willing to read up and study that.
Yeah, I'll have to grab a couple of links that I found for Thursday night and post them in the Discord, because it is just just basic tips that mostly it's aimed at DMs, but clearly anything that's aimed at a DM can also be used by players. The DM is oftentimes just sort of the facilitator, if nothing else, of, okay, well, here's the scenario. And then one of the things that I've seen really clever DMs do that I want to try to be able to do in there's a couple of levels in particular that I have in my mind map of where this campaign is going, where almost like as we dive into that level, have a session like you would at the beginning of a Fate game, where it's like, okay, here's the most bare bones I can give you about where we are. Now you guys throw me some ideas of things that can be in here, and then sort of build the rest of that structure collaboratively, and then kind of play through it in a way that you would play a Fate adventure, as opposed to a D&D where somebody has, structured out, here's the entire world, and here's all the places you can go, and here's everything you'll find when you get there. And then it's just up to the players to figure out which direction they want to go.
It's a lot of fun. That's what I'm doing with both of my homebrew campaigns that I'm doing, and it's a challenge. But if you can keep the train tracks going down ahead of the players, then yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like even just within the first level that the two different games took, they went in wildly different directions and had really different outcomes.
Yep, that I would imagine. All right, everybody. I have 2:30 on the clock, and it's Sunday afternoon, and that must mean that it is time for the Walker of Waterdeep. I am DM Galibar, and right now, at the moment on the Discord, I am joined by Pete, reprising Adamant, Ash, reprising Thardram, Chris, reprising Galibar, Gaunty, reprising Zandri, and we have a message that Ken will be along in a few minutes with Oyohusa. So that is all right. We will go ahead and we will recap where we have been and what we have done in the last episode. Last time we saw our heroes, they were at the Temple of Sune in Waterdeep. And something pretty interesting happened to one of their friends. Zandri was being ordained. Everybody thought this was going to be more or less a ordination to becoming some sort of clerical person or holy warrior for Sune, which they have done hundreds of times before, and they do dozens of times every year at the temple. And it turned into something that nobody had seen happen before. Her weapon rose into the air and glowed all sparkly like on its own. The statue of Sune animated, and a mystic voice spoke through the high priest and pronounced that Zandri is not really a paladin, but she's a Justicar. So, Gaunty, this might be a good time for you to tell the rest of your fellow players as much or as little as you would like to tell them about just what the heck exactly is a Justicar of Sune, and what kinds of cool things are you able to do now that you are a level 6 character?
Well, is this in character or out of character, Gally?
This is Gaunty, or this is the DM asking Gaunty to share as much or as little as she wants to about Zandri. If you just want to give bare bones and then flesh more of it out in character as we play along, that's fine. But I'm sure there's a few questions from some of your fellow players. What exactly is that? What just happened?
Well, a justiciar, as a definition just on its own, is a warrior who upholds and exacts justice. In this case, divine justice, according to the principles of Sune, and according to Zandri's conscience, which allies pretty well with what Sune herself believes. So dedicated to following those principles and spreading them wherever she goes. Not
Whoops.
necessarily.
I think we lost you there for a second, Xander.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Not necessarily upholding mortal laws and justice, but more what you would call universal justice, where a thing is right or a thing is wrong, and I don't care what your laws say. I care whether it's right or wrong.
Okay.
So they focus a lot more on martial prowess than paladins or clerics do. They don't have as good healing skills, and they aren't as well trained as clerics or paladins in the ways of religious services. But their devotion is earnest, and their oaths are just as binding.
Okay. I am going to do something. I'm going to make a minor edit, and then I'm going to put the minor edit back. But since we didn't get the chance to do it last week on the stream, I am going to show the, no, let me do this. Let me say this. For the time being, I'm going to show on the stream the artwork that I had originally found for the updated double-bladed scimitar of Zandri that is referred to in the scaling weapon information that Zandri has received is called the Godsend. And now, I mentioned last time in Discord that there's a few of these items that, the way the player has told me about the item and the picture that I have in my head about what the item would look like. I look through the catalog of whatever it is, 15,000 some odd Magic cards that have been produced since the mid-90s, and some of them there's not really anything that looks kind of what I have like in my mind's eye. This is one of those items. This looks like a weapon that some sort of fierce tribal leader, frankly, a Klingon style D&D character would use, and it's a really cool looking weapon, but it doesn't strike me as the kind of sleek, elegant, elf-like double-bladed weapon that I've always pictured in my head. And so that's why when I give these items out to you, I want you to I hope that you will look at them and go, oh, wow, that's really cool. But I also want you to look at it and go, okay, I kind of picture it a little bit different. And then if you find artwork that you think works a little better, we'll substitute the artwork you find as the final draft of what the item looks like. Because these are, after all, scaling items, so we can sort of say in the lore of the game that even maybe before you hit another tier, it goes through a slight metamorphosis and becomes more like the item that you have found and you have discovered that really looks like the weapon that you want to wield. Okay, I'm going to go back and I am going to edit this again, and I'm going to take this information out of the GM notes. I'm going to put it back into the player notes. I'm going to take it out of everybody's journals and put it back only into Gaunty's journal. Okay, so now, all right, Gaunty, it's back into your journal, and you should be able to see all the description again and everything.
Okay.
All right, so that was sort of where we left that. And all of you can look forward to similar items in your futures as we get to a point where we encounter the item that whatever entity or power or force of the multiverse has put in your path for your character to discover. All right. Anything else you wanted to say about that, Gaunty, at the moment, or?
No, that's pretty much everything. I'd rather jump right into playing.
Okay. All right. And I think I heard Ken, yes.
He's here.
Welcome. Excellent. That's perfect timing because now we can go ahead and update our map. Well, we're kind of at the end of that ceremony, and everybody's standing around, and people are gradually picking their jaws up off the floor.
Zandri's just kind of staring down at her scimitar with her jaw just firmly dropped.
And there's a warm hand that comes to rest on Zandri's shoulder, and it slides across her back, and you feel Sokala move up next to you and say, "That's amazing. I had no idea."
It's warm. And she'll just kind of like hold it out, like looking up at Sil, like, is this like real? Like with kind of an expression of like wanting to make sure it's actually real. I mean, it changed. Look at it. It's different. And she'll look over at the other guys, like the rest of the group, just like, you guys, did you see that? Am I going insane?
Looks real to me.
Yes, it does.
And Sokala says, "Zandri, you've been learning more about the mysteries of the goddess. And one of the things that I find every day studying the scriptures of Sune, studying the traditions, studying her teachings, it's often like peeling an onion. Every time you think you know one layer, there's something more complex. And as we heard today, this is something new for the church. No one else has ever been named as this type of servant of Sune. And perhaps it's because of the adventures that were foretold that you will be traveling to multiple worlds." And she sort of pulls Zandri a little closer, and she whispers, "But I hope you won't be leaving for those other worlds tonight."
Yeah, Zandri will carefully sheath her scimitar and pull Sil close. Not tonight. Maybe sooner than I'd like, but she mentioned we'll be doing some important work, so I don't think we should delay too much.
And Sakala smiles at you, and she says, "Well, then we better take advantage of the time we have." And she grabs your hand, and
draw the curtain of charity on that scene.
okay, well, it's clear she's going to give you a chance to say any kind of, farewells for now to your party members. But then if it's clear that your mind is already towards the back of the temple, she'll just smile and pull you. And yes, we will draw the curtain on that.
Yep. I don't know. Does out of character, does the rest of the party want to move on to another scene? Like, I don't want to hold things up, you know?
I think it'd be kind of fun to go out to celebrate.
I got nowhere to be.
I'm down for celebrating. Yeah, I'm good for that.
Like at least a dinner or something in your honor.
Have a dinner tonight, or is that tomorrow?
This would be in the morning. I think we had established. No.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, the ceremony was in the morning?
Yeah, it was in the morning after the dinner where we had the update about the Githyanki, I think.
Oh, well, we got to go out for brunch.
Is
Yes,
this an
and
all-day
then
brunch? Open bar. I like this idea.
Oh boy.
All right. If the party out of character is down for celebrating, then in character, Zandri will look at Syl and look up at the rest of her friends and say, I have plenty of gold. Can I take you all out for drinks?
Sure thing.
Looking down at Syl, making sure she knows she's included. She can come. Please come.
and she smiles and says, "Of course."
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Yes. There might be just only a little hint of sadness in her eyes. But
the whole day and night.
Yes.
The whole day and night. And this is, if I recall, this is a couple days after we got back to Waterdeep. So they've had Zandri gave her letters and everything like that already.
Okay. All right. So this is I think for Selkala, what's probably hitting her that Zandri would pick up on is a realization that she was thinking that perhaps, just perhaps, when Zandri got ordained, that there was going to be more opportunities for the church to kind of guide her missions, and that might mean that she and Selkala would be spending more time together doing things. But it's clear now from this messaging that, yeah, she is going to be sent on missions, but those missions are way over there, and that's not, what I'm doing. So, yeah.
Ow.
Well, absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say. So
this is true. Yeah.
So that's
okay. So we need a bar.
Galibar. Before she says that, Galibar will lean down to Zandri and say, "Get sending stones."
And just her whole face just transforms and lights up, and she looks down at Syl and she puts an arm around her and she says, "We need sending stones." Just like, I cannot believe we didn't think of that before. Gali, I love you.
And Selkala says, "Oh, this is Waterdeep. We can find whatever we want."
Indeed.
So you all head off, and there's the montage, the classic montage of the little knot of people getting towards the aisle near the end of the church, and then they all stop right in the middle of the aisle, and they have a discussion. Well, there's the $5.99 brunch special over here, and then they've got the best mimosas in town over there, and then there's the all-you-can-drink dwarven ale over there. So where should we go? And
what about the yawning portal? We haven't been in a while.
And anybody object to the yawning portal?
I guess it's a classic place, isn't it?
Adamant just kind of shrugs. That's where you want to go?
Where does Zandri want to go?
Well, that was Zandri speaking in character. What about the yawning portal? We haven't been there in a while.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so off everybody goes to the yawning portal. The sun is shining, and as we established when you guys got back, it was remarkable in just really less than a month since the attack by the Githyanki, how much things that debris has been all cleaned up, and even half collapsed buildings have been completely razed, and now you can already see the beginning of reconstruction in a lot of those areas. So Waterdeep is very industrious, and they can do a lot in a very short period of time when they set their minds to it. And it seems like this event has really brought the city together in terms of focusing on building a better Waterdeep in the future. So you make your way through the district of the city and head over to the yawning portal. And when you reach the yawning portal, here we go. I'm going to just bring this over here for a bit of reference so we're not looking at our music card the rest of the afternoon. All right. So as we get to the yawning portal, of course, there's all of the typical characters, and yes, sitting at his accustomed place at the corner of the bar, you notice Volo.
Xander just kind of leans over to Syl and says over the racket, "If he gives you a hard time and you want, I can remove a few of his teeth."
And she laughs and she says, "Oh, Volo is harmless. He's a sweet old man who likes to flirt, and I think if anybody ever took him too seriously, he probably wouldn't know what to do with himself."
This is true. This is true.
And she says, besides, his travel logs give so many people such joy. In his own way, he's doing good in the city.
This is true.
And then, of course, go ahead.
All right, guys, order what you want. I'll buy at least the first round for everybody.
Okay.
Oyo looks at Thardram.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it's time for the good stuff, my friend.
What's the good stuff? It's been a while since we were last here.
Well, we could ask Durnan. Hey, Durnan! And Zandri just kind of walking over to the bar. Durnan, hey!
Well, hello there. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Glad to see business picking back up again. Hey, we need, quote unquote, the good stuff. What have you got?
Oh, the good stuff. Well, if the tale's coming back to this bar are any indication, you all are owed some of the good stuff. Seems you've turned into quite the heroes. Not only here in Waterdeep, but all the way as far as Chult, from what I hear.
How'd you hear about that so quickly?
And Volo is over at the end of the bar, and he chuckles and he says, "Oh, my dear lady, don't you know that the only thing that flies faster than time itself is rumor and gossip? I doubt you had laid low the last Githyanki all the way down there in Port Nyanzaru before the news was being spoken here at the bar."
Am I to take it that you're responsible? Just kind of like smirking at him.
Me? No.
You?
No, I never invent anything. I only tell the news that is brought to my ears.
Uh-huh.
And the news that was brought to me is that there was a group of slavers that were beholden to the Githyanki operating out of Port Nyanzaru, and you all went and destroyed all of them and even killed a demon in the process.
Zandri actually is a little alarmed at how much he knows. She kind of looks over at the others and like,
Close enough. But Dernan, have you heard that Zandri has actually now recently become a priest and has renounced all earthly desires?
What?
And then he's going to look at Volo
them.
and say, all earthly desires.
What? Zandri just looks like crestfallen. What? What are you talking about?
Did I neglect to tell you that part, Zandri?
No.
And Dernan just kind of turns and looks at Thardram and keeps wiping a mug and says, "Son, that's a symbol of Sune. I think you need to learn a little bit more about your theology."
Yeah, that Galibar just chuckles and says, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure the earthly desires are highly encouraged."
I once went 100 years on celibacy.
How?
He's probably trapped in the middle of a forest meditating.
Yeah, that's gotta be.
Well, as you know, usually monk orders, they pretty stiff on those such things.
100 years?
That's not that long in the life of an elf.
It's longer than I've been alive. She just like looks stunned.
And
horrified.
as you all are talking, Dernan stops cleaning the glass he's cleaning, and he turns back underneath the bar, and he starts pulling out wine glasses, and he sets 5 wine glasses up, one in front of each of you. And then he turns to a barback and says something to her, and she disappears into the kitchen. And he pulls out 3 bottles. And he takes one bottle and he opens it, and you all can see that it's clearly an elvish label. The label is written in Elvish.
What does it say?
Yeah.
and this is it is called Didru Anata. I'm going to put that in the yes, Didru Anata, and he moves to the glass that's in front of Oyohusa, and he says, "Now this wine was bottled 120 years ago by a group of monks at a monastery deep in the forest over in Far Karatur. They are an order that prides themselves on the preservation of nature and the bounty of the harvest. I think that you may like this one." And he pours you enough in the glass that you can get a whiff and a taste. And then he puts the bottle back on the counter and corks it again. And then he moves over.
Hold on, my friend. Perhaps you should leave the bottle on the counter.
Oh, I intend to. I just didn't want it to be wasted in case it didn't agree with your palate.
I've heard of these monks. Nothing that they make is going to be wasted.
And he nods as though he expected as much, and he pushes both the glass and the bottle towards you.
How much for the bottle, Durnan? Kind of a no-nonsense tone.
Well, for you all, and he does a little thing with his hands, and you don't sense much of a change, but suddenly you realize that he has done something to kind of ward the area around himself and around your party, and all the sound from the rest of the bar just becomes very, very muted. It's not completely cut off, but you can barely hear the buzz of conversation outside of this little bubble of space that he's created. And he says, "For you all," and you realize also that that Volo is outside this bubble and not inside it. He says, "For you all, I'll give it to you for what I bought it for. 50 gold for the bottle. Normally, I could sell a bottle like that for 500 gold.
Indeed. I will pay for this. Pour my drinks for my friends. I want to make a toast."
And then he snaps his fingers and the sound returns. Or before he does that, he says, "All of your drinks are at cost today." And then he snaps his fingers, and the sound from the bar floods back in at normal volume.
Yeah, Zandri will pay him the gold, trying to keep the amounts kind of concealed, just sliding the hand across.
Okay.
But she'll pay him.
And he picks up a bottle that is sort of a short, squat bottle that's very thick and has a very interesting shape to it, and it's a spirits bottle of spirits. And so
Ash.
he looks at Galibar, and he says, "Now, lad, as a champion from the arena, and one of the strongest folks I think I've ever seen walk into this bar, and I did say walk into it. I didn't say fly up through the well in the middle. So let's not get carried away here. This is a whiskey that comes from beyond Icewind Dale, and it is called the Angel Sour. This is a whiskey that is fermented from the fruit of the snowberry blossom, and it is said by those who are connoisseurs of it that it is what the angels themselves drink along with their desserts. It's a delicious dessert whiskey, and he pours a bit into a glass, and he sets the bottle down and he pushes it towards Galibar. And then he
I think Oyo had been about to say something as well.
Oh, well, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. I was wondering, since the occasion has arisen, and he pulls out a nice fine bottle from his person and he shows the bartender. I recently acquired this, and I was wondering if you could tell me where it's from. I do know it's a very fine wine. It's a dry red, but what is it?
And this was the wine that you picked up where again?
Oh, on my journeys to Chult.
Okay, DM to player. Where was this?
I picked it up in Port 90.
Oh, okay. All right. And he looks at it. He says, "Oh, yes. This is one of the finest vintages from Chult. Now, you'll understand that depending on your taste, some people will really like this and some won't. Chult is very warm, very wet. That tends to put a lot of sugar in the grapes, so it means it's a little bit sweeter, but it doesn't have quite as much alcohol in it. If you grow grapes where they're a little bit drier, they concentrate the flavor, and you can have a very rich, full-bodied, but more muted sweetness in those areas. So it's kind of up to you. If you like it, it's very good. I sell those for around 25 gold for the bottle. Here.
Well, I hope you don't mind if we drink it.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
I would like to make a toast. And Oyo will stand up and he'll kind of fix his collar a little bit because he dressed up nicely for the ceremony. And he looks at Zandri and he raises his wine glass. Zandri,
Yes.
I'm not much for fine speeches, but I want to congratulate you on your journey so far of your choice to design and become a member of Sune, and I am proud of you. You are blossoming into a very fine elven lady, if I may say so myself. And I do not have many friends, but I would like to take comfort in the knowing that you and my other comrades here are my friends. And for better or worse, may our journeys be long and profitable.
Seconded. I will drink to that. Thank you, Odin. And yes, you are. We care about.
Yay to friendship. Yay.
Yeah.
And now
Galibar,
I will
Sad.
drink like you have never seen me drink before.
I shall watch you drink.
Yeah, Adamant, please don't let us do anything stupid if we do get smashed.
Well, Zandri, apparently you're now the one who can remove the effects of alcohol, so.
I can. Do you know I've never tried? And she kind of looks down at Silk. Can I?
She says, well, we've never had just a car in the faith, so I'm not sure what Our Lady's gifts will allow you to do. And then she gives you a little smile and she says, I hope that we will all get the chance to find out.
So I suppose this is where the drinking comes in then.
And
Let's crack open this wine bottle.
Oyo loves this wine.
yes, it is. It is a very, very fine wine, Oyo. It's the wine that Dernan gave you is a really has a refined taste, and you can understand why it would be very popular in human cities, because the very taste of this says elvish, and you have noticed that among human nobility and really wealthy humans, they sort of have this aspirational reach to be more like elves for some reason. Among, just in the same way that among working class humans, they have this aspiration to be more like dwarves, who are seen as industrious and practical and get stuff done and prosperous and everything. The nobility tend to want to be more like elves, who they see as cultured and refined and hoi polloi, or haughty toddy, I should say, not hoi polloi.
Thardram, you must try this. I know
Yes.
that the dwarves are known for their fantastic ales, but
Yes,
have
it's
you ever
not.
tried?
It's not dwarvish ale, but it's got some stuff that you might want to. She's slurring a bit. You might want to take home when you go back to your wife. bring different styles back. You might like it, and if you don't, you might know what you want to do better.
Well, I reckon it's better than whatever's Galibar drinking, because I know for a fact there ain't no angels in Icewind Dale that are making whiskey type things. So, but yeah,
Hey, Galibar has the only drink here that you're meant to drink slowly, so he's sipping it.
Yep, nope.
Oyo pours him Thardram a big glass, and I fill my wine glass like a total lush.
And then he moves to another container. Actually, the barback comes back from the kitchen with a container that is about a 2-gallon barrel. So it's a rather smallish barrel, but she sets it on the counter, and there's a little stand for it, and he takes one of the glass and he opens the tap and he pours, and there's this really rich, dark, stout ale that goes into the glass. And he pours it such that it just gets this nice even head of very tiny bubbles on it that just sort of rests on the top of the liquid. And then he puts that down in front of Thardram, and he says, "Thardram, this is the Polypilsner Dark. And this one is made in the halls of a dwarven kingdom that is said to date back to the very beginnings of the world. It has been on Toril several times, and a couple of times when Toril and Abathor have split, it has gone with Abathor, and sometimes it has stayed with Toril. And it's now back here in Toril today. So the Polypilsner Dark is really supposed to be a fine exemplar from the people that tell me the news. And he sort of looks over at Volo at the end of the bar. This is one of the finest examples of a stout that you can find. And he says, I hope you enjoy it.
There you go, Thardram. That one's for you.
Thanks a lot, Zandri. Really appreciate it. And you too, Dernan. It's a nice story that you tell, but a lot of dwarven kingdoms claim they've been around for a long time.
I want a glass of that.
Yeah, it's quite rare, Oyo, to get a dark pilsner. Many of them come out light. We've never been able to crack it when we've tried making pilsners.
Is that true? Wow.
So is
How many are we up to now? Out of character.
I think this is the third.
Are we going to be able to walk out of here? Or are we going to start dancing on tables?
No,
Is anybody
Galibar's
else drinking?
not getting drunk.
Is it-
Galibar's still on his whiskey.
Adamant is watching everybody drink.
I'm going to probably slow down to Galibar level.
Boy.
Galibar.
Okay.
You must try this wine. It's very good.
Yeah,
It's a
Callie,
special occasion.
It's a special occasion. We bought the whole bottle, and she'll just kind of slide it over.
Galibar will hold up a hand and say, as much as I would love to get super drunk. I have a few things I need to do later today.
Like what?
Well, I have to go check on a few things. And I need to go shopping. And I do not want to be drunk and have all of my money swindled away from me on a single arrow. So,
We will not let this happen. Trust me, it's not every day you get to drink this fine wine from this monastery.
Yes.
It is quite rare. Leave a little. And he pours him a glass.
I'm not really much of a wine guy myself.
Gally, I never drank, and this stuff is good. It's good stuff.
Fine, I'll have one glass. That's it.
We all
The next shopping.
we watch him drink it.
Go.
Well, what do you think? It's good, no?
It's pretty good.
So who is drinking some of the ale that Ash has?
Zandri will try some of that. She trusts Adamant at this point. He won't let him do anything stupid.
Oyo kind of like cheers Thardram, and I guess maybe try to chug one.
Okay. And Thardram is having a bit as well.
If Oyo's going to try to chug, Zandri's, she's competitive by nature, so she'll follow suit.
Okay.
Thardram
I'm
will
gonna.
have...
Hey, you said it was Oyo and Zandri?
Yeah.
Oyo and Zandri are doing a chugging contest. That doesn't mean everybody else has to, but everybody else can jump in and do that if they want to.
Galibar is going to, with his hands under the bar, so nobody can see them. He's going to cast prestidigitation on Oyo's glass to warm it.
Right, sir?
Well, does Oyo see this?
My hands are under the bar.
Well, that doesn't make you oblivious. Make me oblivious.
Got like a 19 passive perception, don't you? Or something even higher?
25 or something.
Dear fucking lord.
Yeah, I'm known with the 19.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, 20.
I think if Galibar wants to try to hide that, he's gonna have to make a stealth check, and so I guess you guys are making or are drinking glasses of each of these as they are presented, as opposed to each of you drinking the one that was set in front of you, which is fine. You can do all of them if you want.
Well,
I got a pass of 25, so I'm gonna say Oyo notices, but he doesn't say any. He doesn't say anything.
That's
it's the first time Galibar's actually casted a spell, so
yeah, that's a horrible roll. Yeah, everybody notices that he's fiddling around underneath the bar, and a couple of people are looking at him like, "What are you doing?" And then
What you got there?
Oyo's glass starts to get warm, and Oyo can easily put two and two together what's going on.
He doesn't care. He just plays along.
Okay. Oyo, Zandri, Thardram. Actually, it's a little bit different. Oyo and Zandri, I need you to roll me 3d4. Thardram, I need you to roll me 1d4.
That's a 3, a 4, and a 4.
Okay. 6 and 2. Okay. As Zandri puts the she's chugged that stout. She puts the glass back down on the bar, and she feels a belch coming on.
No.
And she goes to belch, and she goes, "Caw!" And as she goes, "Caw!" Randomly on her arm in a couple of places, and then on her cheek, and out of her hair, a total of 11 raven feathers just pop out. Ken, Oyohusa, when he slams his down, he feels a belch coming on, and he also goes, "Caw!" And 6 feathers pop out. Ash doesn't feel a need to belch, but he notices a raven feather on one arm and a raven feather on the other arm. And then after a minute, they just go away.
That is a neat trick.
Adamant just kind of stares at them blankly.
I'm not going to drink any more of this drink.
Xandri's just in
dead.
hysterics. It's just like slumped across the bar.
And Volo looked at Durnan and said, "You didn't give him that, did you?" And Durnan just kind of grins back at Volo and says, "Well, they seem to need to have a good time." And and then he says, "It's harmless, but it is funny."
Very funny.
Apparently, this drink will give you wings.
I feel like that's the reference to something.
Oh, it is
And
good.
then the bar back comes out of the other side of the kitchen, and she brings a metal canister. And Durnan opens a valve on the side of that metal canister and pours into a metal cup a thick, dark liquid. And Adamant, you recognize this as something that you have seen at the Temple of Gond. And and Durnan takes the cup and he slides it over in front of Adamant, and he says, "Don't want you to feel left out. This was sent over by the Temple of Gond because they knew that you sometimes come in here. They wanted you to have something that you could drink with your friends when you're here."
Oh, thank you.
And it, as you look at it, and as your sensory receptacles on what passes for a tongue analyze it, you realize, oh yes, this is has some nice lubricating properties, and will provide ongoing energy for some of the mechanisms and reserves for arcane and divine energy that you need for some of your spell casting. So it's a nice little pick me up.
He looks over at Zandri. Zandri,
Yeah,
you seem to be trying a bunch of new things tonight.
sure.
Have a sip of this.
Why not?
Okay.
Out of character, this is why Zandri does not get drunk.
DM to Pete.
I know. He's not actually gonna let her.
Yeah, okay. DM to Pete. Adamant would know this probably would not be terribly healthy for strictly non-warforged life forms.
Yeah.
It might be a bit much for their systems to handle. It could be
Actually,
caustic and
I shouldn't
Hit
let
me
you
up.
drink this.
What?
I shouldn't let you drink.
Why not?
Because it's not made for those of the flesh.
I don't understand.
and Durnan says, young lady, have you had much experience with the Temple of Gond?
No.
Okay, they specialize in dealing with mechanical creations and mechanisms. The stuff that I have given your friend there.
Oh, he's playing a trick on me. And she'll kind of look over at Adamant and look around for something that she can chuck at his head.
You find a nice coaster made of cork that has the Yawning Portals logo emblazoned on it.
Not really chucking it hard, more like just an overhand, like delicate dink toss.
Yep.
Just like
Okay. It bounces off of his head and lands.
You say you don't have a sense of humor. You've got a sense of humor.
Barkeep,
Developing one.
do you have any rare pickled eggs?
Pickled eggs. Well, now we have pickled eggs, but when you say rare, I mean, what are we talking? Are we talking about pickled griffin eggs? Or are we talking about pickled
No
cockatrice eggs? Or
no griffins.
what?
No griffins.
Oh, those sound nice. Any one of those would do. Give one for me and Zandri.
No griffin eggs. The galley is sensitive to the subject.
Oh, well, we have some pickled cockatrice eggs. And do you want those just pickled or do you want them deviled too?
Oh, deviled. That would be great. With some hot sauce.
All right. And he says to the barback, gives an order to go back to the kitchen and comes back in a few minutes. And there's a nice small platter that has 4 eggs that have been pickled and cut in half. And they are, presented with the laying there on the platter, and the yolk has been crumbled and mixed with some relish and some
Usually it's mustard
and other kinds of spices and everything. And then there's a little tub in the middle of the platter that is filled with a hot sauce, and it's got a couple of spoons so that you could either dip the hot sauce out and pour it on, or you could dunk the egg into the hot sauce and eat it that way, depending on what you wanted to do. And so there's 8 total slices because there's 4 eggs cut in half, and it looks very good.
Oyo grabs one and puts some hot sauce on it. Zandri, you must try this. This is good.
Is
He eats it.
this spicy? Because I don't do spicy.
No, not at all. This is mild.
Oyohusa, give me a Constitution check.
Okay.
Okay. He says, Zandri, Oyohusa says, "Oh, it's not spicy at all." And so you start to reach for one, and he pours some hot sauce on it, and he pops it into his mouth, and he takes a couple of bites, and then you notice sort of sweat coming from the corners of his eyes. It's not too hot for Oyohusa to handle, but it is spicier than you may have expected to find in a bar like this. It's really, really hot.
Zandri is drunk, and she was about to drink the equivalent of motor oil when Adamant offered it to her. So with all that in mind, I'm going to say that actually she does not in fact notice such subtle signs. And as soon as he says, no, it's not hot at all, she cheerfully picks one up and chomps it and swallows.
Okay. Do you put hot sauce on it or not?
Yep.
Okay. Then roll me a Constitution check.
She's got this.
Okay. Well, yeah. Unless you have disadvantage, Zandri. Wow, it's tangy. It's spicy. And then after you swallow it, then you sort of feel the heat, but it's a radiant heat that just sort of starts at the back of your throat and sort of radiates out through your chest and up your neck, and it's not unpleasant, but you think, wow, I didn't put that much hot sauce on that. It was
I think it needs more of this, and she'll just like splort like the part she didn't eat. She'll just like splort more of the hot sauce on it.
Thardram.
Oh, really?
You must try this. It's good.
Okay, then give me
Drunk Zandri makes bad choices.
Okay, then give me another Constitution check. Oh, yeah, may have overdone it a little bit on the hot sauce that time. Okay. So Galibar, are you game? Are you gonna have one of these?
He'll have one before he. He'll have one.
Okay, are you gonna put hot sauce on it or not?
Yeah, he's not scared of spice.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah, it's you think that there have been caterers at the arena that have had spicier food than this. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. And there's sort of a mild heat to it that lasts. So it's like you can tell you've had something really spicy, but it's not an intense, burn your mouth kind of spicy. It's just sort of a warm, nice, pleasant warmth flowing through your system, kind of spicy. All right.
And after that, Galibar just chuckles, says, "Yeah, Oyohusa, you were right. That is kind of mild." On that note, I think I gotta go do that stuff before it gets dark.
Yeah, let's go axe shopping.
So I can't breathe.
You guys more than free to stay here and get drunk. I might be back later.
And
so he's gonna go.
Okay, and so Silkala will look at Oyohusa and give him a little smile, and then she'll turn a very concerned look to Zandri and say,
"Oh, poor baby.
Oh, well, let us get you some fresh air. Come, I know some place that we can rest, and I may have a few things.
Dark.
I may have a few things to make you feel better." And so she she will then draw Zandri out, and hey, I'm going to let your Constitution checks pass for this as well. As she leads you out, you can feel that somebody has not quite kept the floor in this place as level as they should, because the floor has this weird tendency to tip at different angles sometimes every few steps.
Silly, you gotta watch your step. The floor is jumping up and trying to trip me. I don't want you to fall.
Oh yes, I know. It's Durnan is such a sweet man, but he really needs to get some better contractors to do his maintenance here. So she takes you out, and they head off.
Gotta watch out for that darn floor. It likes to trip people.
Oh, Oyo.
Yes, Adamant.
I need to go to the Temple of God.
Well, I need to do some shopping, so perhaps I should go with Galibar. Thardram, what are you going to do?
Me and Galibar have been planning this axe shopping trip for literally like 2 days.
Well, let's go magic item shopping, shall we?
Thing about axes, you need to get a good axe, masterwork. I know a guy in the smithy, he'll know people that have been making masterworks and enchanting axes.
Well, I need to pick up some braces of defense myself, so let's go do it.
Okay. So out of character, we said that a normal +2 axe was 2,500. So how much would the Ruby of the War Mage cost?
Ruby of the War Mage.
It's a common magic item that allows a weapon to become a spellcasting focus.
Yeah, it's I think that's gonna be relatively. Oh, come on. There we go. Thank you. Okay.
It costs an attunement slot.
Yeah.
Even though it's a common item. But.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, really? Are you really gonna do that to me?
Hey, I have nothing attuned to me so far, so
yeah.
Fine.
And it's like, of course they're gonna do that to you because they. Oh, okay, magic items. Yeah. That's gonna run you. That's gonna run you 75 gold. So, Ruby of the War Mage equals 75 GP. And then yes, there was a little bit of confusion in a discussion earlier this week. So the now, were you looking at a +2 that was made of a special metal, or were you just looking at a +2?
I was looking for one made out of adamantine, if that was possible.
Okay. So, and it's a great axe you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a look at this, because we start with the cost of the adamantine great axe, and then we tack on the cost per plus. So let's take a look at great axe. Great axe is 30 gold pieces. So 30 gold pieces. Adamantine is base price plus 100, so that's 130 times 10 for using adamantine. So 130 times 10 is 1,300. And then you add 1,000 gold pieces per plus to the price. So 1,300. A +1 would be 2,300. A +2 would be 3,300.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I'll get a Adamantine +2 Great Axe and a Review of the War Mage if I can find them.
Yeah, it's Waterdeep, so you can find that. You can find that there.
Okay. Now if I chop down the tree, it'll go down in like 1 or 2 swings.
Chop.
And that's all Galibar wanted to buy. What I wanted to do next could be done after whatever this temple business is done with.
Okay.
So are we physically going to shop, or are we just kind of like skipping it? Like just rush it?
Oh, well, if we know what we're looking for, and you want bracers of defense, right?
And a bag of holding.
And a bag of holding. Okay, bracers of defense and a bag of holding. We can price those out, and then I guess the only thing we would need to do RP wise, if anybody really, really, really wanted to try to haggle over it, but so let's figure out what the bracers defense. So bracers of defense, rare item. So rare item, and it starts there. It goes there. Now, did somebody not buy bracers of defense?
No, they were very expensive and
It was Cholton upsell price.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay. I think I recall they wanted to take you for like what, 2,500 or something like that, and you realized you could get them for cheaper in Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was stupid.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the bracers of defense. We're gonna say bracers of defense, and this is all going in the magic item pricing channel. We're gonna say that you find several of those, and the average price that they're charging is 1,500 gold pieces.
Okay.
So we're going to put that as the price on that. And then a bag of holding. I think that's an uncommon item, if I remember correctly. Bag of... There we go. Bag of holding. Yeah, come on. Bag of holding magic item is an uncommon item. So... bag of holding. That is a relatively popular uncommon item. So there are people making little cottage industries of people making bags of holding, and so if you want a good serviceable bag of holding, you can find one for 200 gold, but there is a merchant by the name of Gucci who is creating bags of holding that are really very stylish, and they are selling those. The bargain price for their basic stylish bag of holding is 400 gold pieces, and if you really want an elegant bag of holding suitable for your noble house, you can pay up to 4,000 gold for a bag of holding.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Oyo is just going to go for the function
Okay.
and
So-
not the extravagant.
So 200 gold pieces.
Nice.
Refinery.
Done. I will deplete my gold in my sheet and add them.
Okay, so we have Galibar's axe, Galibar's Ruby of the War Mage, the items for Oyohusa Thardram. What were you looking for in terms of purchasing?
Just the casual, like 7 hand axes.
Nothing fancy about them. You just want 7 hand axes for okay.
7 good old hand axes.
Well, you can find those, and let's see, hand axe. They are 5 gold each, 35 gold for 7. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, just
Yes.
I know Zandri is drunk and off spending time with Syl. Is it fair to say that after, whenever that happens, they go to get the sending stones?
Yes. It's fair to say that actually it's probably fair to say that Silkala will once she gets Zandri back to her apartments at the temple, she'll probably send a lackey after the sending stones.
That's even better.
Yeah. And she will...
One thing I'd like to specify is Zandri does want to get an extra pair that the group can use if we ever have to split up.
Okay. All right.
So whatever the cost is, I'll double that.
So let's sending stone. Okay. This is an uncommon item, and once again, oh my goodness. Oh, no, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay, which is still uncommon. All right. Sometimes it's bad to have all of the resources on D&D Beyond, because when you type in Sending Stone and you click on the first item that comes back, it is the Special Acquisitions Incorporated Sending Stone, which has flaws in it, random flaws in it. And that's not the one I want. Why is this? Oh, it's the AI one. Okay, never mind. I don't want to give that to my players.
I mean, if it has faults, it might be amusing to think that the lackey went and got one that was cheaper, to like pocket the rest of the money. But I mean, if Syl picked a lackey, I'm sure they're more trustworthy than that.
Okay, well, clearly you don't know Omen Drawn, because Omenifus Hereward Drawn, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated, would automatically decree that anything that bears the AI logo is premium and carries a premium price.
Oh,
so
Gaunty.
yeah, so the lackey would not go wasting Syl's money on. Yeah. All right, so uncommon item, which is that, and yes, they are going to sending stones. That is 250 gold pieces for the pair.
Okay, so 500 for two.
Yep, so 500 for 2 pairs.
Okay.
They do this. They do this little song and dance about how they'll actually sell you 1 sending stone for 125 gold.
Ha 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 ha.
But it's not. Most people
Most
realize.
people do basic math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, anybody else need to buy anything while we're in Waterdeep?
Nope.
Okay. In that case, we are going to fast forward to the next day.
Well, Adamant's going to the Temple of God.
Oh, okay.
Not buying, but visiting.
Okay.
And I've got to do something after that.
Okay, so let's go with Adamant to the Temple of Gond. What do you need to do there, sir?
Well, he is going to check in on him, see what kind of progress they've made before he it goes off, gallivanting off to another plane.
Okay, this is with the idea of creating sort of the retractable shield
And weapon, yeah.
and weapon. You go over there and they meet with you and they say, oh, we've made some progress. It's really cool and interesting what we've been able to do. And come on over here and we'll show you in our lab. And so they trundle over to the lab with you, and they have a mock-up of what looks like to be a fairly faithful rendering of Adamant's arm. They did a casting of your arm when you were here before, and so you see where it looks like there are other pieces of probably previous models that they've used, that some of them are kind of bent and one of them is broken, but this one is up on a little stand and says we've gotten the expansion mechanism just about working perfectly. And you can see that from this is like from the elbow down to the fist on the arm. And so on the left arm, which would be they presume the left arm is going to be the shield arm, although you would have told them which one is which.
Right.
So the shield arm is sitting on its stand, and it's fairly smooth, but you notice a couple of additional plates that are on there that super close inspection makes it look like those plates are articulated in a way. And there's some tubes coming out of the back end of the elbow and going over to a little panel. And on this panel, they have a couple of levers. And then there's other tubes that go to the other arm. And so there's a lever that's marked shield. And so the gnome has you stand to the side, and he pushes the lever forward for the shield. And there's this whirring sound, and one of the articulated plates pops open on the arm, and another one pops open like a couple of clamshell doors, and they appear to be spring loaded, and they open really, really loud and really fast, and they slam against the plates, the other plates of the arm, and then this bar shoots out of the arm, and out of that bar, plates expand into a shield, and on the outside of the shield, there is a symbol of Moradin, a holy symbol of Moradin, and on the inside of the shield, where Adamant would be looking at it, you have like etched into it the names of all the engineering team that has worked on doing this. And they say, "See that? It works pretty well. How do you like it?"
It's a little loud, but I like it.
Yeah, it's we're going for the function first, and then we're going to fine tune some of the deployment. Now, this was a good demonstration. Yesterday we deployed it 5 times, and 4 out of the 5 times it actually knocked the arm off the stand because it popped out so fast. We're still working on that to see if maybe it will, if we can get it to be a little smoother in the actuation. But the deployment, at least, seems to be working fine at this point.
Do you mind if I take a look, see if I can see anything with fresh eyes?
Oh, of course. And go ahead and give me a you can give me either an Arcana check or if you have like Tinker's Tools, that's perfect.
Give me 1 second. My stuff is being a little funky here.
Yeah, always gets that way.
You only roll intelligence on it, right? I'd assume.
You can roll intelligence or Arcana, whichever is better. If you don't have the Tinker's Tools.
I do.
Let me just double check. Tinker's Tools.
I got a 19.
Okay. Artisan Tools.
Yeah, it's under Artisan Tools. I rolled it with intelligence because it seems like an intelligence kind of situation.
Yeah, because if you're trying to create, or if you're trying to do some fine detail work, that might be dexterity, but in this case, it does make sense to have it be more of an intelligence. 19, okay, yeah. So you look at it, and you see that they have put some rather heavy gauge springs into the mechanism that controls these plates and that controls the deployment. And on the one hand, that kind of makes sense because the more heavy duty the spring, the more duty cycles it's going to be able to withstand. So if you put anything in there that was a little bit too delicate, it might have a tendency to, then the mechanism would break and not deploy correctly.
So it has to be strong.
Right.
It's somehow lightweight at the same time.
Now you know that they are operating basically on the premise that the command to deploy and retract would be magical, but the actual mechanism would be more mechanical.
Right.
And you think that if they used more magic in the actual deployment and retraction mechanism, that they could have a little bit smoother control over that. That's what your examination tells you.
So he'll look at him and say, "Well, I understand the use of the heavier gauge. However,
Oh yeah.
if you were to use magic, or perhaps it would give you a little more leeway. Also, perhaps Mithril Springs? Tilts his head a little bit.
Oh, Mithril. Yeah.
Lightweight, strong.
Yeah, that could work. We'll have to see what we have in the treasury for that, because normally we were creating proof of concept with the materials that we could afford to.
Right.
We could afford to just waste if we actually broke something. Yeah, but in the final analysis, yeah, we'll count on using mithril for those. And you say it's fine for you if we build like some arcane crystal technology in there to empower it with magic as well.
Yes, that'll make it more lightweight as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely that would. And so they start discussing that, and then one of them says, "Oh, well, guys, if we save weight with the lighter weight springs, then maybe we can bring back my idea of actually including a can opener as well."
Adam's head literally turns 180 degrees on his shoulders without him turning. No. No can openers.
Exorcist.
Oh, but a can opener is so useful. That'd be cool. But maybe like thieves' tools?
I don't use thieves' tools.
Oh, okay. All right. And he kind of looks a little crestfallen that, it's like that all of his beloved little augments don't seem to be.
Kind of does an inward sigh. But if you can somehow work in some tinker's tools, I will allow that.
Oh, tinker's tools. Oh, yeah, we could put some tinker's tools in there. Okay, yeah, okay. And so then he brightens up and he runs over to a little drafting board and he starts writing down equations, and the others keep talking about stuff. And then they point to the other arm that has that's the weapon arm. And they go through a similar song and dance, and they have the haft of a mace in there, but they have not been able to find a way of, or they have not created the head for the mace yet. So they can show you the mechanism of how the weapon hand will open, and then the haft will come out from the base of the palm and then lock into position where it can be gripped by the fingers of the hand. And then you could smack something with it, but it's just a metal stick that doesn't have the head of the mace on it yet. And they explain that they're trying to perfect how they can get the head of the mace to expand as it emerges from the forearm, and be strong enough to be used as a weapon and heavy enough to be used as a weapon without throwing off the balance and the ability to collapse it down in so that it can fit inside the forearm as well. So that's they're still working on that particular thing. So they estimate that to get a full working prototype of both the shield and the weapon will probably take another 10 day or two, and then they'll start the business of fine-tuning it to get it to be something that would be reliable enough to take out to the field, and would also be be practical from a standpoint that it wouldn't add unnecessary extra bulk or extra weight that would throw off the balance of your balance while you're just walking around.
Then once we get it all figured out, I get to segment this shield. He hold up the one he has.
And
be a challenge.
And they look at it and they go, "Oh yeah, gosh, I wish you could leave it with us, but I know you all are on a tight timetable."
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, when you maybe you can give the specifications of that shield to one of the priests, and then we can find something that will work as an analog and start working on that while you're gone.
All right. Do you have something I can write it down with?
Sure. A priest comes over along with a couple of acolytes, and the one acolyte has a tablet with and a pen with papyrus, and the priest has his own set of little measuring tools and things that he uses, and has a headpiece that has several different lenses that he can spin and put in place. And so he examines your shield and he twists his lenses and looks at it, and he reads off numbers to his acolyte who's writing stuff down, and he takes some of his tools and he measures like the thickness and the distance between where it attaches to the arm and the edge and in all directions and all that kind of stuff.
Now this one is magical.
Yes. What is the primary material this one is made from?
Hey, Galibar looks it over. Oh, looks like it's mainly iron.
Oh, okay. All right. And it's magical. Is it the magic of the first rank or the second rank?
Just the first.
The first rank. Okay. All right. Well, and we'll see. We'll see maybe what we can do about upgrading that as well. So that by the time you get back, maybe we can have one that's even a little bit better protection and articulated.
He kind of pats the gnome on the shoulder. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. These are fun projects.
She seemed to be enjoying herself quite a bit. I'm impressed.
Well, I mean, God does call us all to help with building, and so all of us do have to spend time on some of the more mundane projects regarding the rebuilding of Waterdeep after the attack by the Githyanki. But he also is very firm about his followers following their passion, and so he allows us to rotate around to other different projects that we want to do. And all of us here, we really love working on this stuff. And there's like about another dozen or so engineers that we'll be working on this in the next 10 day, and every couple of days. Yeah, every couple of days, one of us rotates off, and somebody else comes to the team and catches up on what's going on, and they're on for a couple of 10 days, and then they rotate off, and so pretty soon all of us will be we'll be thinking about this most of the time, no matter what we're doing. So.
Well, then I will come back and visit when we get back from where we're going.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And if you find anything cool that Gond, that you think Gond would enjoy, bring it back, and we'll see what we can do with it.
It's kind of in his mind. Not bringing that back over here. We had that long enough.
All right, so
he will head back to where the others, the majority of the people are. The group is
sure.
staying.
And then Galibar, after you finish your shopping, what else did you want to do?
Well, Galibar wanted to do a couple things. He wants to first he wants to check his mom. He wants to check his mom's home to see if something possibly has happened there. That's the first thing he wants to do before anything else.
Okay. So you get out the sending stone. Where are you going?
Stone yet? I'm just wanted to check her home.
Oh, okay. You go by her. You go by her home, and you see that it has been locked up, and that there doesn't appear to be anybody there.
Okay, now I will pull out the sending stone. Well, first I will look around. Is there anybody? To see if there's anybody like watching the place.
Well, she has some neighbors.
I meant
anybody that. Yeah, watch. Give me a perception check. Oh, you did 13. No, you don't notice anybody watching the place or looking like they're scoping the place out or casing the joint.
Okay. After that, I'll leave the area and then pull out the sending stone to send a message to her, saying like, hey, Mom, are you okay? Are you guys safe? And essentially just stuff like that.
Okay. So you will get back. Okay, I need to check this. All right, you will receive back.
If you ever see her again, 2,000 gold.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. There we go.
Also, I will require
Okay.
graph. This is why.
All right. So in the, I had to write it down so I could count the words. You get back from her in her voice. She says, "Oh, son, so glad to hear from you. Your friends have me on a boat to Baldur's Gate. We should land tomorrow. I miss you."
Hmm. Galibar just smiles and puts the stone away again, and then walks. I guess he'll probably just go back to the bar and get drunk.
Okay. All right. Okie dokie. So, yeah. Oyohusa. What is Oyohusa doing after he leaves the market? Is he going back to where you guys are staying, or is he heading back to the yawning portal, or what?
Imagine he's just hanging out with Thardram. Wherever he's, whatever he.
Okay. Thardram, give me a perception check. Let's see if both of you notice this, or if only one of you notices it. Oh, good eyes there, Thardram. Okay. Yeah, as you all are talking, and maybe you've stopped to grab a little bite at a sidewalk cafe or something, you notice a carriage passed by.
Oh no.
And that carriage is heading towards the city center, basically towards where the business of Waterdeep is conducted, sort of near the castle ward, where the mass lords all meet and everything. And the carriage is a green carriage that you all remember seeing before you left Waterdeep to head to Chult.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I'm not there. Shit.
Could you say that again? It's what?
It's a green carriage, and you both, your perception checks allow you to remember that you saw that carriage before you all left for Chult. And give me a. So I'll let you know that you saw it. Now both of you can give me a history check, and we'll see if you remember, what that carriage is connected to. And Ash, you can give me. Okay. Oh, yeah. You both have a recollection of somebody, of that carriage stopping, and somebody calling Galibar over and giving him something.
Oyo, you're very good at catching projectile weapons, right?
It's a very strange question to ask, but yes.
How about you guys stand over there and Thardram points in like the direction this carriage is going.
Oh no.
And I'm just gonna throw this at you, and all you need to do is catch it.
All right.
And then I'm gonna throw it as far as I can at the carriage.
Oh, what are you trying to throw?
A hand axe.
Oh, okay. All right. Hand axe. I think.
It's like 60 foot.
Yeah. This carriage is, when you see it, it's probably a good 40, 50 feet away from you already when you see it. And so by the time you could have him go get in position, it's going to be, probably another 100 or 120
Oh, so it's not
feet.
driving like past us. Right.
No. It's you all are kind of there, and you notice it go by. It's just, I know that Oyo has such a great passive perception that he would notice that detail, and then your active perception check allowed you to notice it as well. And then you both have a good enough history to remember what it's connected to. So, just a little detail.
Okay, so he didn't throw the axe.
No. Too far away.
Oyo looks at Thardram. Do you recognize that carriage?
It's green.
Yes,
Looks
but
like one that Galibar went to.
that's true. So we would know that it's like a carriage of Xanathar's, basically? Or not Xanathar himself, per se, but...
I would have to go back and look in my notes. I don't remember how widely... Chris can tell us.
Galibar told us, I think.
Galibar told...
Galibar didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, I don't
Galibar
think I
didn't
know.
really. He didn't keep the brooch. Just looked like a brooch of shielding.
Right.
He didn't really tell anybody about it because he didn't really want to worry people.
Okay.
And then the only person who would really have known what it was would probably be the dragon. So,
Right.
And then he threw it away. So it's
Right. He threw it away before you all ever got to Chult. Tossed it overboard, and it presumably splashed down into the ocean somewhere and is resting at the bottom of the sea, somewhere between here and Chult.
I swear I've seen that carriage before.
I think it's one of Galibar's friends.
Perhaps.
Anyway, I do need to practice throwing these axes. So.
Okay. There are plenty of places where they allow people to practice live fire with ranged weapons in Waterdeep. It's kind of a combination between, we would say it's a combination between like a gun range and a gymnasium. But they have different places set up for all kinds of different things. They have targets set up so you can do throwing axes or more exotic throwing weapons, or places where you can, shoot your, practice your aim with your bow or your crossbow as well in other parts of the facility. And then, of course, they're happy to sell you services like repairing your weapons or sharpening your weapons or tuning your weapons or whatever.
It depends if Oyo wants to do some axe catching, or I'll just go to one of those places. No.
I mean, if you want to have a throwing contest, sure.
I'm not gonna throw it hard. I'm just testing how they throw.
Sure.
And then I'm also gonna take off my helmet and put it on the ground next to Oyo, and just, in case anyone wants to give us money, in case they think they're street performers or something.
Oh, so you're just planning to do this out on the street? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Casual.
we'll kind of like make an announcement. Like, gather around, gather around. Kind of draw attention to it.
And people will be looking. Well, what's going on? What's going on? And they see this elf kind of getting their cloak pulled back, and this dwarf pull a helmet off and start to pull these axes out and start to spin them. And, then there's a couple of people that, they start murmuring, and then Oyohusa, you hear one of them say, I bet 5 gold on the elf. Bet he can take him. And then another one says, No. I got 5 gold on the dwarf. Dwarf's gonna win this one. And so they. It seems clear that some of them are thinking that you two are about to throw down, and it's gonna be kind of a street brawl. So that's what a couple of people seem to be thinking initially.
I'm just gonna start juggling axes and then occasionally launching one at Oyo every so often.
Oh, okay.
Let's say that like Oyo like hyped up the crowd a little bit, and he like, oh yeah, can anyone do this? And he puts on a blindfold.
Oh, and then they start to see what's going on, and then there's more of a crowd that starts to gather. Like, oh, okay, so this is going to be something different. Now, if you're going to start juggling Thardram, let me just double check here. Campaigns. Okay, view the campaign and view Thardram's. Just gonna check the skills here. See what we have. Okay, juggling would definitely be an acrobatics type of thing.
Let's say that Oyo made a small little hole in one of this eye socket. He's not stupid.
Okay, so Thardram, if you want to juggle, I'll let you make an acrobatics check to see how skillfully you juggle. And then if you are gonna carry on with this tossing the axes at Oyo, there's going to be a couple other checks in there.
I probably won't juggle them. I think about it, but it'll go a bit whoa, wobble a bit. Just get ready for the amazing blindfolded elf.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to call it, and we're using this number because of the precision involved. I'm going to call it an athletics check to sort of toss it in such a way that it's going to get to Oyo, accurately and in a way that he can grab it out of the air without hurting himself. So you can go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay. Had 2 good rolls in a row, so this doesn't bode well. Okay.
Yeah, okay. And then let's see, for Oyohusa, I'm just trying to double check the skills list here.
Yeah, Oyo
Yeah, I
has,
definitely
deflect
definitely-
missiles, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, you have the. Do you have deflect missiles yet? I think you. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. Your choice. If you wish, you can make an acrobatics check. In addition to just your straight deflect missiles.
Well, I think deflect missiles is just like. I just reduce the damage, and if I reduce it 100%, then I basically catch it. And I can throw it back if I want. But I'll use the throw back action as a different action. I'll do something different. Oh, you would like to catch it and like stand on one leg and pick one leg up and bend it back, and then he'll like throw the axe on his back foot, and he'll like balance the axe straight up on his back foot.
Okay, and actually, if we're really going to use deflect missiles, Thardram would first have to hit you for you to be able to use deflect missiles.
I'll use acrobatics. That'd be fine.
Yeah. A 16 won't hit your armor class. So yeah, do an acrobatics check to like reach out and grab it and make it look like it was actually aimed at you. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. And then you do a fancy little show and have it up on your. You say you're going to balance it on your foot.
Yeah, on the back side of my foot, just straight up.
Okay.
I'm standing on one leg, kind of leaning forward. I'm waiting for Thardram to throw more axe.
And there's like, ooh, and there's some applause from the crowd. And Thardram, you can go ahead and make another athletics check.
I mean, I have like 6 axes to get through. I'm going to do an athletics check for each one. Because that's going to take a while.
Do it.
God.
Oh, okay. All right. So
I'm a
now
bit
you
more
can
confident in his ability.
Yeah.
to catch.
Now you
I'm not
can
really
use
saying this.
your deflect missiles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that actually hit your armor class.
He has to roll damage.
Yeah, I'm not actually trying to.
Yeah, I tell you what, roll your damage -1, Thardram, because you're tossing it. You're not chucking it at him. So it would be reduced damage that the deflect missiles would have to try to deal with.
Right, so like a d6 plus strength -1 or.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, just do a d6 -1 because you're not intending to throw it to hurt. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Well, I don't really have to roll, but
yeah. Okay. Yeah. D10 plus your dexterity modifier. So yeah, that will deal that.
plus
that
my
deals
monk
with
level.
5. Yeah. Plus your monk level. So this one looks like it's headed right at your face, and you just sort of smoothly grab it out of the air. And now that you have the second one, what are you going to do with it? The one is balanced on your foot.
I'm gonna my deflect missiles action to kind of throw it up in the air, and I'll start juggling.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna like kick the one off your foot and start juggling the two of them, or are you gonna wait for him to throw you another one so you can then juggle those?
I'm gonna keep that one balanced on the back of my flat foot.
All right. So Thardram, go ahead.
Just start chunking them.
So I'm making another athletics.
Athletics, yes.
I am so tempted to Zephyr Strike this. Just to see. Now that I know how much damage. Yeah, let's do a Zephyr Strike.
A little bit of magic in it. Let's do it.
And now, guys, blindfolded with 2 axes already. My most dangerous axe is coming. And I cast Zephyr Strike on my axe, and it goes flying. Like, it starts at normal speed, and it just shoots faster than physically possible. Like, it's propelled by force. So it would give advantage on attack rolls, so I guess advantage.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah, and does it add extra damage to your...
It does add extra damage.
Oh, God.
Well, I didn't expect it to crit. How?
Okay, so normally, what's the normal?
So it'd be D8 plus D6.
D8 plus D6, so it's 2D8 plus 2D6. So roll 2d8 plus 2d6 and see how, and then subtract 4 because you're going to subtract 1. No, subtract 2 because you can't do anything about the Zephyr Strike, but you're going to subtract 1 from each of the d6s. So 2d8, 2d8 plus 2d6 minus 2.
So I'll do the 2d6 first because I can't be bothered typing this out.
Oh boy. Okay.
So that's 7, and then the 2d8.
Okay.
17.
That's reasonable.
God,
Okay.
I have to roll perfect.
Do you? 10 plus 6 plus... Oh, no. You've got 11 already, right?
I have to roll a 1d6, and then I get a plus 10 on top.
It's a 1d10.
Yeah, it's a 1d10.
What?
1d10 plus your dex modifier.
Oh, yeah.
Plus your monk level. So you have 6, and then your dex modifier.
I did it! I got it! Barely.
Yeah. Okay. And so, yes, it looks spectacular. And Oyo, because the fact that was coming in as a crit, you're able to use that axe's momentum where you're able to take the action of deflecting the missile, catching it, and you spin it, and it looks to the crowd like you've actually kind of missed it, and it's going to fly into them. But instead of flying past your hand, it spins up and arcs high up in the air, and then it comes down, and now you are juggling the 2 axes.
3 axes. So I probably should make an dexterity check.
Well, wait.
Or acrobatics.
You have 1 on your foot, and you have 2 that have been thrown at you, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. So you're juggling the 2. You're keeping the 1 on your foot, and go ahead and do an acrobatics just to make sure that they don't come all crashing down. Oh, and now there's cheers from the crowd. And you do hear the clink of coins. And you guys just keep juggling for a little bit, and then what? 5 minutes?
I'll do one more, and then we'll end our show.
Oh, so you want him to throw one more? Okay.
One more. This will be a normal one.
Okay.
Even I was a little bit worried there, so I just chuck it on.
Like, Oyo's eyes kind of went wide on that one. He's like, "Oh."
Are you sure? You've got. Oh, chuck. Oh, shit. I mean, I accidentally pressed the choice.
Yeah. 22. So, yeah. And just roll a d6 minus 1. Yeah. Okay. So easily you mitigate that, Oyo, and so you're you now are juggling 3, and Thardram is juggling 3, and so there's then continuous applause, and there's the clink of more coins. And let's see how many more coins are clinking. Oh, okay. All right. So when you catch all of the axes, and when Oyohusa flips the other axe off of his foot and catches that one and then pulls the blindfold off, this nice crowd, probably 50, 60 people gathered around. They all are cheering and clapping. And, oh, that's wonderful, wonderful. And then somebody says, y'all should take that to talent night over at the Yonder Portal. That's really cool.
Oyo will bow to Thardram and bow to the crowd and kind of wave.
And Thardram, in your helmet, there are 31 copper pieces, 19 silver pieces, and 10 gold pieces.
Not bad.
It's all going to a charity called in need.
Okay, somebody, whoever's adjusting their mic, please mute while you do that. Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear it over the scratching.
The money's all going to our Warforged in need.
Ah, okay. Warforged in need. All right. Wounded Warforged. A new charity. Wounded
Dang.
Warforged, where
Oyo looks at Thardram and, good job, my friend. That was fun.
That was terrifying.
If only Zandri could see this. She would learn the value of truth footing.
That was some good balance, definitely.
Somewhere, wherever she's doing, Zandri briefly frowns and then returns to being completely content.
yes. So, and then there's kind of a knowing giggle from Silkala. Like, she's been around your friends enough to realize, oh yeah, they probably are doing something dumb.
Yeah, probably.
The boys are back in town.
Boys will be boys.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I think.
Gally, I sent you a PM.
Okay. Let me read
I want to
that
see
real
how long it takes for Galibar to get drunk.
Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you for that PM. And I think what we should do is we should go ahead at the moment and take a little break. I have 48 after the hour. So let's go ahead and take a break until the top of the hour. And then we will come back and we will get into
the meat and potatoes
plot. And I'm going to put the music on during the break, and then I will be back by the top of the hour.
All right, see you in 12 minutes,
All
guys.
right.
All right. Everybody back from break?
Present.
Present.
Mhm.
Okie dokie. Well, we are going to advance the plot, but before I absolutely do that, are there anyone need to take care of any last minute things before stuff starts getting crazy?
Not that I can think of.
Good to go.
Alrighty then. Okay. There is on the following day, there is a summons that you all have been asked to come to the Castle Waterdeep and meet with your allies, Laurel Silverhand, the Blackstaff, Barnabas, and assorted advisors, including Mert and Jarlaxle. And so this is where we find ourselves. Find ourselves in this area, and oh, good. I think everybody. I think I have the tokens correct. So just make sure you can move your tokens around, and I'll fix it if anybody's token is broken. Okay. Good. All right. So you all show up, and actually 4 of you show up. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. 4 of you show up, and you were waiting for Zandri, but Zandri didn't come by your residence where you all were staying. So you said, oh, she'll probably meet us there. And you get there, and she's not quite there yet. And so the 4 of you come in, and Lady Silverhand looks up and says, oh, good. I'm very glad to see the There's 4 of you. There should be 5 of you.
Zandri should be here soon.
She finally got to spend time with her lady friends. She
had a big day yesterday.
Ah, I see. Well, yes, we heard there was some excitement over at the temple. It seems like the gods are stirring, perhaps, doing something new. I'm sure all of the temples will be full of all sorts of omens and portents and signs, and at least what they think it all means before too long. But as you may see, our friends from Ravnica have arrived. You all remember Senator Gallia and Arcanum Engineer Xander and General Blaze. And of course, you took the trip to Chult with Chandler. And the general looks at the 4 of you and says, oh, thank you for bringing my man back alive. He tells me it got pretty crazy down there, but he was very impressed with your prowess in battle.
Right about there. If there's a closed door, there's a knock on it. If it's open, Zandri walks in.
There are 2 closed doors, but there are uniformed attendants outside the door. Clearly, it's kind of like martial. It's guards in really formal ceremonial gear, basically. But they're standing there, and as you approach, one of them sort of looks at you and raises an eyebrow, as if to be like, okay, nice of you to show up. And the other one doesn't say anything, but just opens the door for you before you get to the door so that you can walk through.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Zandri doesn't say anything. She just kind of walks in, trying to pull the if you act like you know what you're doing, you can get away with it routine.
Okay. All right. So you walk in, and Laurel Silverhand says, ah, there you are, Zandri. right on time. And you see the Ravnican delegation is there. And Lady Silverhand turns to the Ravnicans and beckons them to the table. So the senator will move over, and the senator will come around here. Arcanum engineer will come over here next to the Blackstaff, and the general will come around here next to the senator. And there are chairs, plenty of chairs around the table for you all. And then Lady Silverhand beckons to the five of you to move up to and take places wherever you want at the table. So actually the engineer is going to get over here and sit next to Vajra. And the two of them are going to start talking, and you can immediately see as soon as he sits down, he pulls out like a little arcane doodad, and he starts talking to Vajra, and she's just like focused on whatever he's showing her. And it's like, okay, the nerds are the nerds are deep in discussion now. Okay. Thardram and Oyo, your tokens weren't working for you? Or you just verify. Okay, yeah, should be there. Yep, it should be there. Okay. Yeah, you guys should have control. Oh, okay. All right. Then I will just move them to the table if they're not moved up there. Okay, there we go. All right. So, and I guess I can go over here. Okay. The senator, Gallia, will wave to one of her attendants from across the room. And so this law mage steps forward, and the senator says, I thought it might be worthwhile if we were to look at some of the give you a little bit of a primer on Ravnica. Now, we understand that Chandler shared a little bit with you about the culture of the city, but I want to give you a bit of orientation to where we are going and how the city is laid out before we travel. And so we're going to, I'm going to have to put this in Discord because it turns out the image file was too big to go into a handout, but it's a really nice map that I found of
if you run into that problem in the future, Gally, I can fix that for you.
Yeah, I can reduce the file size a little bit, but I just ran out of time to do that. So let's see. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And it is this. Oh my goodness. Well, then we're going to do this anyway. So open and OneDrive.
Zandri kind of looks at all the papers getting pulled out, and she just kind of fights a groan.
Yeah,
looking a little bit like dark baggy eyes, a little bit.
Actually, there's no papers being pulled out. What's happening is the attendant who walked over puts a little crystal down on the table and starts chanting and twiddling fingers. And an image slowly starts to grow out of the crystal and sort of hover above the table. And scale, we're going to do it. Percent will do this.
In that case, it's kind of more of like a bright lights sort of reaction.
Yeah. Okay, so and then we're going to do expert ed, small. Okay. Excellent. All right. So then, perfect. So we'll go here, and we will put it into here, and it will, this. Okay. Okay. So if you click on the in the Discord, if you go to the general and you click on the little image, and then click open original to see the full size.
That's a nice map.
Yeah. And that's actually 60% of full size. So she will, this springs up in front of you guys on the table, and no matter which angle you're looking at it, it's always oriented correctly from your vantage point. So clearly there's some magic involved in the way that it is rendered. And what she will point out to you, she'll point out Ravnica is made up of many districts. And of course, the only district that matters is the 10th district, because that is where we govern from, is the 10th district. And within the 10th district, there are 6 precincts. And I would like to point those out to you and give you a bit of an orientation to what is in each one. Now, where we are going is we are going to Precinct 2. Precinct 2 is where you will find the Towers of New Prov, which is the seat of the government of Ravnica. The Azoria Senate has their chambers there, and all of the guilds have their offices and representatives located within the 3 towers of New Prov. And it is an elegant and wonderful place. We actually have apartments for you in the ambassadors' quarters, which are adjacent to the south tower of New Prov. So you will have a lovely view overlooking most of Precinct 2 and into Precinct 1. Precinct 1, as you notice, this is really the district you absolutely must see if you are visiting Ravnica. The finest restaurants, the best shopping, and the most cultured entertainment. The highest forms of theater and museums are all located in Precinct 1. And you will find some of the grandest examples of Ravnican architecture there. Precinct 3 is our green belt. Precinct 3 is a lovely area full of parks, and it is also the home of Vitu Gazi, which is the world tree. It is a beautiful and wonderful part of the city, very idyllic, and it reminds many of us of what our world was in the past and what it can be again, if we will but give it the care and the effort that is required. Precinct 4. Well, if there's a place in the 10th district that you don't need to worry about going, it's Precinct 4. It's the closest to the rubble belts, and it is the last part of the district that has yet to be fully brought under the control of the Boros Legion. There you will find the irrelevant riffraff that have no need of concern of important adventurers like yourselves. And Precinct 5, she looks over to both Thardram and to Adamant and says, now Precinct 5 is the seat of all learning within Ravnica. You will find the finest libraries and laboratories and universities within all of Ravnica in Precinct 5 of the 10th district. And Precinct 6, well, Precinct 6, that is a place where that has a charm all its own. The working class have their neighborhoods in Precinct 6. They are so important to the work that the rest of us do, and it's very quaint sometimes to walk into Precinct 6 and see how the little people spend their lives, and how they get by within the city. It's a place where you will find sky docks and factories and all of those types of things, warehouses, and many other important parts of the city are located there. But now, you may take a look at this and say it is very confusing and very different, but I assure you that we have plenty of aides in the Ambassador residences who have been prepared for your arrival, and they will be happy to guide you around the city to places that you wish to go until you learn your own way around. And then as she finishes up, she looks to the head of the table and she says, Lady Silverhand, I certainly hope that your representatives will be able to bring back a favorable report of our city, because we would love to have you and your black staff and any of your other advisors come and visit us from time to time. And they're all Silverhand. She nods, and she says, adventurers, you understand the need of our mission. We are working along with some of our friends from the Izek League that Arcanum engineer Xander has provided. We are working on building the components of the arcane drill platform that we will need to break through the shield that the Githyanki have constructed on the other side of the world. And we need some components. When you get to Ravnica, representatives of the Izzet League and the Azoria Senate will be preparing a series of meetings where they will orient you with not only some of the customs of Ravnica and some of the local flavor that you can only experience once you are there, but they will also be putting together a list of items and where we expect that those items can be located. They do have the ability to transport from Ravnica to several different planes, and so they believe that they can help you get to the locations that you need. And the Arcanum engineer looks up and says, yes, and the places that we can't go directly, we know how we can get there by going through Sigil. Have any of you ever been to the City of Doors?
No.
A whole city of doors.
Well, yeah, that's what it's called. Sigil? Yeah, you see... Oh, go ahead.
I've heard of such a place, but no, I've never been.
Oh, it's really fascinating. You see, the multiverse is like a construct. It's some people debate whether it actually evolved kind of naturally on its own, or whether there was some sort of intelligence that put it together. But whatever the case is, there is a world that sits more or less at the intersection of many of the different planar boundaries. Some people say it sits at the intersection of all of the planar boundaries for the entire multiverse. And right at the heart of that intersection is the city of Sigil. And the reason, Master Dwarf, that they call it the City of Doors is that because the Lady of Pain, who is in charge of Sigil, has been able to have her followers understand how to create portals that lead out of Sigil into the other planes of the multiverse. So if you can get to Sigil, you can pretty much get anywhere you want to go from Sigil. And so that makes it like a real natural hub. And you will find all kinds of fascinating things there. It's probably one of the few places in the entire multiverse you can go where you can see angels and demons sitting at the same table in the same bar sharing a beer with each other. And that's all because of the Lady of Pain and her strict forbiddance of any kind of violence within the city.
I'm sorry, you said angels and demons sitting at the same table?
Lady of Pain.
Yeah, the Lady of Pain. She has this tendency when people upset her. She has a tendency to put people in mazes, and those mazes keep people in a kind of stasis. And the mazes always have 998 exits to them, or 999 exits to them. And 998 of the exits from any one maze will lead you right into another maze. Only one of the exits from any one maze will lead you back out into Sigil. So when the Lady of Pain gets annoyed with people, she just throws them in there. And then they don't bother anybody.
Well,
Charming.
very.
And so they say, or General Blaze says, I believe we are ready to travel. But then he turns to you all and says, adventurers, is there anything that you all require before we leave?
My goodbyes are done and my bags are packed.
Same. That I have bags, but
Did they show us a map of Ravnica, or was that just
Yeah, scroll up in chat. It was like a glowy thing that came out of a crystal, like a 3D model that you would see in a spy movie.
I noticed that you went through 6 of the main locations that you mentioned, but there seems to be quite a few others. What are those? What can you tell me?
And the senator says, oh, well, the 10th district is really the only district of Ravnica that matters. And the 10th district is comprised of these 4 precincts. But really, the most important district is the 2nd, where we will be. The 5th has its charm. The 3rd is nice to be reminded of nature. But aside from those, really, there's nothing that important anywhere in Ravnica.
What about this large structure to the west? It looks like the Prism University. Is that not important?
Oh, the Prism University, that is actually, the engineer will answer that one. Oh, the Prism University is fascinating. Yeah, they have some amazing research facilities that they do there, and they're into all kinds of esoteric, theoretical, arcane advances that come out of there. They also have a wonderful, wonderful library. Some of the greatest works from across the known planes. We have copies of them in the university over there. But, the university is not for everybody. If you if you have some time on your hands and you like reading and you want quiet contemplation, it's a nice place to be. But if you're out for more pokey, stabby, choppy, then that's probably not the place that you want to be.
To it. Okay.
Well, for some reason, you're not telling us of these other locations, but fine. I assume you're in a hurry. I just was curious about the guilds that exist here, and some time ago you had mentioned that we would be training under certain guilds, and I was just curious, but perhaps that is for another time.
And then the senator says, "Oh yes, your guides at the ambassador's in the ambassador's wing, they will be able to take you to meet the guild representatives at the Prov, and they will, or at New Prov, and they will be able to help you make contact with the guilds that you need for the errands, which you will be working on behalf of Lady Silverhand and the rest of the folks here in your world."
Fair enough.
Pokey, stab.
Yes, Zandri. Pokey, stabby.
And so they look around to see if anybody else has any questions.
Is there a gladiator pit or a fight pit in Ravnica?
And Senator Gallia looks over at Galibar and says, "Well, there is sport, and the wrestlers and the pugilists do have their sport over in Precinct 6, and because that is something that the common people enjoy. But aside from that, all of the fighting with arms in Ravnica is under the instruction of the drill masters at the Boros Legion."
So we definitely have to check that out, Gally.
He is less excited.
She didn't say there was none. She said that there was some down in Precinct 6. So, first night we have off.
I have more questions, but what is next on our agenda?
Well, if they, Lady Silverhand just holds up a hand towards the Ravnicans and says, "Oyohusa, if you have questions that need to be answered before you travel, this would be the time, because as soon as everyone has information that they need to their satisfaction, the plan is for you all to travel with the Ravnicans to their home plane."
No, I was just curious about these other locations in the city, but I guess that will come with time.
And Arcanum engineer Xander turns and looks at Oyohusa and says, "Oh, you really must talk to the guides at the ambassadorial wing. They'll take you anywhere that you want to go. And if any of them give you any gruff, you just come over to the Is It League, and I'll make sure some of our people take you around where you want to go. Ravnica is a fabulous place. You'll enjoy it. Because I can show you some of the most unique laboratories in the entire city where they do some of the most fascinating things with, different schools of arcane magic. You won't believe what they can do with evocation.
Very intriguing. I cannot wait. I am ready. My questions are satisfied.
And Barnabas will stand up, and he will go over, and he will stand right behind, or he'll stand right behind and between Thardram and Adamant. And he will say, my friends, you know that your mission has a very personal significance to me. We will do everything we can here to prepare the platform as quickly as possible. I hope that you will enjoy swift success in your efforts to find the materials that Engineer Xander and the Blackstaff's other colleagues from the Is It League have identified as necessary for breaching this shield. We must find a way to get through that shield and get to Tasenda before the Githyanki find a way to break the dimensional anchor that keeps her from leaving Toril. If they are able to leave our world with her and shield her from our scrying, I don't know how long it might be before we can find her again. Please, my friends, please hurry.
We will hurry as fast as we can.
I know you will. I know you will. And you have exceeded all of my hopes and expectations so far. I know you will continue to do so. And he steps back, and he comes back over here, and he takes his place again. And then Jarlaxle stands up and looks at you all and says, I do hope that you enjoy swift success on your mission, as our friend Barnabas has said. But I also hope that you will find opportunities for us here in Waterdeep, that we may expand our diplomatic contacts with the Ravnicans. It sounds like a place where we could build some very strong relationships, not only culturally, but also in terms of trade. And, we might even be able to benefit from some more of the Ravnican technology as our friendship with their people grows. And he turns and he bows very deeply to the senator, and he says, I hope, dear lady, that at some point I may be able to travel to Ravnica and speak to the representatives of your guilds on behalf of our our merchants and the fine merchandise that is created here in Waterdeep. We would love to have the opportunity to be trading partners with you. And the senator looks at him and nods, and she smiles to him. And he just sort of gives like this winning little smile of charm. And then he puts his hat back on and he sits back down again. And then General Blaze says, right. Well, if we are ready, then Senator, I believe you have the assignments. And she says, yes. Yes, I do. And so they all kind of get up and they kind of go over here. And Chandler will go over here with General Blaze. And the senator says, General, I think you and Chandler will travel with me, and Law Mage, we have discussed with Lady Silverhand, Law Mage Percival will stay in Waterdeep as a legal observer to learn more about the customs and the laws of your world, and so that we can have a better understanding of that. And Law Mage, my personal attendant, Law Mage Ariel, she will activate transport for the adventurers. And then General Blaze, your Law Mage, your personal Law Mage, Law Mage Artagon will transport us back to the capital. And we will see all of you. We will see all of you back at the New Prov, the Towers of New Prov. And then she turns and she says to Lady Silverhand, she says, Lady Silverhand, thank you so much for your hospitality. It has been wonderful to spend this time here in Waterdeep, and we look forward to helping your diplomatic attaché and helping us all to right the wrongs that have been done to our citizen Tasenda by the horrible acts and criminal actions of the Githyanki. And Lady Silverhand, you can tell that, she catches that there's kind of a glossing over of the role that the government of Ravnica had in this whole mess. But
forgotten.
Yeah, but Lady Silverhand is she might be a figurehead or a first among equals when it comes to matters with the masked lords, but she is also a bit of a diplomat, so she just sort of lets it slide. She doesn't say anything, and she nods and she says, "Thank you, Senator. Well, I trust that our adventurers will prove their worth in the days ahead." And then General Blaze will advise you all, stay close. You will be teleporting to a teleportation circle. So you should all be within 5 or 10 feet of the Law Mage to be sure that you all land inside the circle. So that is, that's gonna, that's pretty much gonna keep everybody within range. And then Chandler will come over here. They'll stand next to the general. And the 2 law mages, they begin to cast spells. And you can see that from both of their hands, there's a blue light that starts to glow. And then as they continue casting, there's sort of this almost fountain of shimmering light that springs up from their hands and sort of spreads out in kind of a dome that makes a circle with a 10-foot radius from each of them. And you all see that circle comes down just outside of where you are, and they start to cast, or they continue casting, and let me just double check something. Passive perception, okay. You know what? I'm going to ask everybody to do Arcana checks. It's different from a perception check.
Zandri got a natural 1.
Hold on. My internet, like Chrome, is being dumb. Ouch. Arcana. Got 13.
Okay. All right. As the casting goes on, and as the spells near the very end, Adamant, you think, and Ken, you're pretty sure that the last couple of syllables that each of the 2 law mages utters is slightly different. And when the final syllable is uttered, the dome of light around you solidifies into an opaque blue glowing, essentially, wall of force. And it's a dome above you and a floor below you, and there's not any sort of physical sensation of travel, but you somehow feel like you're, I don't know, like part of your very essence suddenly is in 2 places at once. And then just a split second later, it, all of you feel, okay, you're back in one piece again. And the opaque dome of light stays in place for a moment, and then it gradually begins to fade. And you're not sure exactly what you would expect to see when you got to Ravnica. But you're pretty sure that whatever it was that you were expecting was not going to entail being in a place that was quite so dark, or that stank quite so bad.
Oh.
And as the opacity diminishes and the dome fades away, you all find yourselves in a place that looks about like this. Now let me ask, how many of you guys, or do all of you guys, have dark vision?
Adamant's the only one who doesn't have it.
Yep.
Mhm.
But as soon as she realizes that we're like in a place that's dark, Zandri's gonna go ahead and cast dancing lights and try to illuminate it a bit.
Okay. Then in that case,
Adam's gonna cast that on the shield.
okay. In that case, I am going to. Oh, come on. Oh, that's why it's not. Oh, no, because I'm a dummy. Now, there we go. Now you guys should see a little patch of light in the middle of an otherwise darkened area.
And a few people that don't look very friendly.
And a few people that look a little bit different. The first thing that you all notice is the your guide or your law mage here. The law mage goes, "Wait, what? No, that wasn't supposed to happen." And then there is a figure standing above you on top of stairs, and she appears to be an insect person. It's about the best way to describe it. She looks like an insect person. She has a staff in one hand. Her other hand is empty, and she points her staff directly at your law mage, and she says with kind of a very clicking voice and a weird dialect of common that you've not ever heard before. She says, "Danger." And you hear this growling from over here, and not one but two figures sort of come into view, and the mage with you goes, no, and starts trying to cast a spell, but you see, even before they can cast a spell, you can see that each of these creatures has 4 eyes, and those eyes, all 8 of those eyes, the 4 eyes on both creatures, they just kind of glow, and there's this like little purplish glow that they emit, and the law mage goes, no, and puts their hands up to try to cover their eyes. But even as they do, you can see sort of the flesh on their arms starts to kind of necrotize, and they begin to sort of shrivel and wither, and then just immediately fall over dead. And both of these creatures just go out and begin to just, with these big sharp teeth, just start tearing chunks off of that that law mage, and completely ignoring the 5 of you. And then as you watch, you notice that as soon as that law mage dies, yes, they're kind of necrotized, but their actual physical form changes. And they don't appear like sort of the blue-skinned humanoid person that had been with you in Waterdeep. They're now a much more slender, pale, gray-skinned type of thing. It was very much like a featureless face. And even the clothing that they wear just seems to like melt away, and it's just this skin that seems devoid of kind of all texture and everything. What do you all do?
Rage and attack.
Yeah. We gotta
Yeah.
kill these things.
Mm,
This is an affront to anything decent. We gotta kill these things.
I think Oyo had tried diplomacy first.
Okay.
Got hijacked.
Yeah, we got hijacked.
And the woman, the female insectoid standing up at the top, she speaks again, and it seems like almost there's maybe some kind of thaumaturgy at play. And she says, friends, please, you are in no danger. These are my guardians. They protect me. Your coming has been foretold, and it was revealed to us that you would be accompanied by a wizard who meant you harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kekerleg. I have the honor to be the Death Priest of Broburg, in the Undercity of the 4th Precinct of District 10 of Ravnica.
Did you say the 4th precinct?
Yes. Welcome to my home.
I'm curious of this wizard that meant us harm. Who is it?
And she gives a command in some kind of strange language. It sounds like halfway between some sort of insectoid click and an animalistic growl. And immediately the two creatures back away from the dead person and move back over to where they were before. And she looks at it, and then she reaches out her right hand, and there's this large, it looks like a large creature next to her that seems like it's some kind of like humongous, almost like a humongous grub of some sort. But as she puts her hand out, almost as if to stroke it, you see that it is not one creature, but just like thousands of little grubs just like crawl over her fingers and crawl partway up her arm as she strokes this thing. And then as she slowly pulls her hand away, they all kind of go back and make the form of this one large grub-looking creature. And she says, while she does that, she says, I believe that it was a shifter. Likely it was an infiltrator of the Azorius Senate. Perhaps from House Dimir.
Insight check.
Please.
Yeah.
Yep,
Sure.
0 on that one.
Yep.
9.
We got totally an early hijack, so it's not a lot of trust going on here.
Okay. None of you, and I do mean none of you, detect any deception from this lady? Maybe? Whatever she is.
Where are the rest of the people who were transporting with us?
And she says, did you all transport with a single law mage?
No, we went in separate groups.
I did notice that the incarnation was different from the other law mage.
Yes, I noticed that as well.
And she nods thoughtfully and she says, I think you have answered your own question. They probably arrived where you expected to arrive.
But this
And
House
it's-
Demir, I have not heard this name before.
Oh. And if you had never made your way down to the Undercity to speak with us, it is likely you never would have heard of House Dimir. The other guilds like to pretend that House Dimir does not exist. But we in the Undercity, we know better. All that dies comes to us eventually. We know House Dimir, we know Boros, we know Azorius, we know the Gruul, we know them all. They all come to rest, and we break down to allow new life to renew the cycle.
Our contacts told us of the great guild houses of Ravnica, but they did not mention this house of Dormir. Oh, what would they want with us? They meant to mean us harm?
Oh, Dimir. Dimir thinks of themselves as being the true power in Ravnica. They believe that they can find any secret that anyone has and use it for their own advantage. But, as is the case, they are so good at hiding in the shadows that they are thought to be irrelevant and have disappeared to all the others. So it is hard to imagine how they could, on their own, gain enough power to be a force within the politics of Ravnica's guild structure. But they certainly could find the secrets to empower another guild or tear down another guild.
Do you know what they might have wanted with us?
I do not know what they wanted with you, but I do know that, as I said, your coming has been foretold. The artifact has led you here, and you are to help us deal with it.
The artifact? What artifact is this?
It is... I find it hard to actually give you a full answer because I do not fully know myself. The artifact is the one that is in Perrin's home with the creature. The creature who was once a man that was looking for Perrin.
Oh, that's not Tom at all.
Let me rephrase my question. You said an artifact brought us here, but you're also saying that the mage that was doing the spell brought us here for some nefarious purpose. Which was it, and how exactly did you know we would be here?
And the fingers of her hands are very long, and they're kind of articulated in the way sort of an insect's legs are articulated. And so she raises her free hand and sort of taps her chin thoughtfully. And she says, I can tell you what the omens showed us. The omens showed us that you would arrive in the company of a wizard who meant you harm. How you would arrive, we did not know. But when you would arrive and where you would arrive, we did understand. That is why I was here waiting, so that I could welcome you and greet you and lend whatever aid I could against the threat that was against you. I suspect from the way the false law mage acted before he was struck down by my necrolisks, I suspect that this was not where he intended to bring you. Perhaps Perhaps he thought to take you somewhere else, and the power of the artifact drew you here instead.
This artifact that you speak of, what is it?
It is some sort of strange and yet beautiful disc. I have only barely glimpsed it. I saw it when Perrin brought it home. He asked me if I knew what it was. He offered it to me, but I dared not touch it, for I felt a power from it. And I advised him to keep it in the leather satchel that he had found it in, and not to put his hands on it. Then Perrin went away again, and a man came to visit him. We told him that Perrin was not here, but apparently the man did not leave. Apparently he broke in. And when we heard the noise of what it was, we went and we found him transformed, clutching the item in his hand. He tried to attack us, so we sealed him in Perrin's home, and it is guarded night and day, because we are waiting for you, who will come and deal with it for us.
Well then.
Aha, now we come to the crux of the matter.
Well, thank you for protecting us, I think is in order.
Oh, well, you are welcome to join me for some refreshments. Have you had a long journey?
Not particularly, no. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it.
I
She
just had
sort of
dinner.
twists her head kind of an odd way, and her antenna sort of do that thing where they bobble to either side, like she's trying to figure out what you mean. You are not from Ravnica, are you?
No.
Oh. You have business with us?
We were supposed to be heading to the new Prav.
Oh. The new Prav. Well, that is perhaps as far from Precinct 4 as you can get and still be in Ravnica. In the Undercity, you are safe with us. If you go up to the surface, you would have to contend with the lawlessness of the Gruul clans and those who oppose them. It is very dangerous upstairs. When you have dealt with the matter of the artifact, I can see that we provide you guides to get you through the Undercity to a safe portal to the surface.
That seems fair.
I mean, outside of character, I guess we don't have much of a choice. I mean,
Yeah,
guys-
out of character. We're pretty much entirely in this lady's power, and we're lucky she seems to be friendly. I'm not sure I trust her, but yeah, this is also a good opportunity. I mean, I had made a note that we should find out about Precinct 4 from someone who wasn't biased and looking down at it. So, I mean, we got that wish.
I thought that the gruel was outside of the city.
Ah, you sound like someone who has interacted only with the Azoria Senate or the Boros Legion.
That's entirely true.
Ha ha ha.
There was an Is It guy actually too.
Yeah, but I think he had the hots for our black staff, so he wasn't very forthcoming.
Mm.
Well, if this black staff is a mechanical device that glows and animates on its own, then I can assure you that anyone in the Is It would have, as you say, the hots for it. The Is It care only for their inventions and their toys. As far as they are concerned, the other clans may come and go. It is only a matter of which ones ask them to build the most entertaining devices. And by entertaining, I mean the ones that explode spectacularly. Since you are not fully educated on Ravnica, allow me to start with myself. I, as I said, have the honor to be Cakerlake. I am the Death Priest of the Broburg, and I am part of the Golgari Swarm. We Golgari, we populate the Undercity, and as the inhabitants of the city above die, and as their refuse is sent down below, we recycle it, we enfold it, we repurpose it to help make way for new life. That is our purpose.
Well, I guess that we do not have much choice. For let me get this straight. We have to help you with your problem before you'll assist us back up into the main city. Yes?
You are not my prisoners. Let me tell you what I suspect so that you will know the full range of options that you have. I suspect that if you were intended to arrive somewhere in New Prav, that even now work is being done to try to locate someone who can cast a sending and try to find where you are. Once they ascertain that you are alive and that you are in Ravnica and in the Undercity, they will likely send a detachment of the Boros Legion to find you. If that happens, and you decide you do not want to help us, we will take you to a place where you may wait safely for your escort to arrive, and they will take you back to the surface and back to where you wish to go. if you decide to help us, we will be glad to take you to the surface by a safe route and help you find your friends from the Boros Legion so that they can take you back to where you are meant to be. We wish no ill on you, but the signs did foretell that you would come and that you would be able to solve the problem for us.
As soon as she says that we're not her prisoners, Zandri just kind of relaxes and her hand drops away from her scimitar, and she kind of looks at the others. I mean, we have to wait anyway. Why not go and see what the situation is, see if we can help.
I can't see any real harm with going to take a look-see.
Let's have a wonder. I like having wonders.
And
Well,
if she's right that this person was trying to kidnap us, she did pretty do us a favor.
I am very curious of the dealings of the Undercity in Ravnica, so for now I shall play along, I suppose.
Okay. And okay, go ahead.
So where's this house? Can you tell us anything about this creature that's trapped in it?
My warriors, and she points to the two insect people over on the stairs over here. My warriors put a great deal of stock into my safety, and when they saw a monstrosity, they hustled me away very quickly. All I know is that it may have been, it looks like at one time it was a man, but whatever has happened to it has turned it into something grotesque and very powerful.
Well, dealing with grotesque and powerful things is a thing we specialize in.
Ah, then
Is it?
the omens were correct.
Yeah, it is. Just go with it.
And she reaches out again to the creature over here, and she says, "Come along." And the thing just, instead of like crawling, it more like just oozes like around between her legs, and a bunch of the little individual grubs just kind of crawl across her, and it sort of flows and oozes past her and beyond, and then she opens the door behind her. And in fact, that's the other thing. It just sort of kind of oozes underneath the door.
Sandra just kind of like lets dancing lights fade away and looks very, very green.
And
Adamant just watches.
And so she will move into here, and her warriors will come out of the way, and these creatures just kind of sit there, and they're kind of looking at the corpse, sort of like like dogs that have been told to hold, but they see a treat over there, and they're like, okay, when can I go? When can I go? When can I go? When can I go? They've got that kind of and then there's these stairs up here, and this platform here is like maybe 20 feet above the so you come like up these stairs and over here, and then around here, and then up this way. So as soon as all of you guys get out of there, Thardram and Galibar. Then immediately as you two go out, they kind of make this happy growling, yipping, barking sound, and they rush over. And as you walk up the stairs, you can hear them just sort of tearing chunks of flesh off of this thing and crunching bones loudly, as they do. And those two creatures, they have bodies that are about 6 feet long and tails similar to like an alligator tail that are maybe another 4 or 5 feet long. And like I said, they each have 4 eyes kind of in a little row across the top of their skull. And then on each side of their body, instead of having 2 legs on each side, they have 4 legs on each side. And apparently, whatever happened to that wizard that was with you is a result of something they can do with their gaze. So she called them necrolisks. So that's
like a basilisk, except it stares necrosis at things. That's great. That's great. This is fine. This is fine.
And there's a long hallway. And at the end of the hallway, you see a pen. And in the pen, you can see another one of those same creatures, and it seems to be dozing. And you can hear its snore, and you can also hear the reverberation of another snore. So, from your angle, you can't see around that corner, but there's at least another one in there.
I hate it.
And then there's 2 guards that are standing in front of a door here in the hallway. Actually, they would be here. They're not guarding this door. They're not guarding this door over here. They appear to be guarding this door over here. And the Caker Lake will talk soothingly to the big grub monster or swarm of grubs monster, and just sort of tell it to wait there. And then she will move up here, and she will say to the warrior, she will say, these are the adventurers that were foretold. Please give them the key so that they may enter and deal with the creature. And so they nod to her, and then she backs up over here, and they will take a step back, and one of them will take a brass key out and hold it out for whomever is going to come up and take it. Okay.
We're doing this.
That would be Adamant.
Okay.
Zandri
All right.
pulls out Godsend, and she's just like, okay, we're going in.
Okay. So, Adam. Oh, and then one thing that maybe you've picked up on this, maybe you haven't picked up on this. The entire area here, since you've been here, it smells like you are in the sewers of a large city.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's just that it reeks with the stink of sewer.
Only this morning I had expensive bath oils on.
And all of the rot and everything that goes along with it.
I should have
Okay.
packed more.
You shouldn't
So-
think about that, Zandri.
So, Adamant, you fiddle the key in the lock and you open the door.
Yep.
And beyond, you see a room. And this room is absolutely in shambles. The inside of this chamber is spattered with blood and gore. A creature within is the mutated thing that the man turned into upon touching the artifact. And then also you see up high in the room, because it has like 25-foot ceilings in this rather small chamber. There are 3 man-sized or human-sized creatures that look vaguely insectoid. They kind of look like what Caker Lake's warriors might look like if they had been twisted in some way and they had sprouted mismatched wings. Because one of them has wings that are kind of insect-like, although the wing on one side is kind of a dragonfly type wing and the other side is a butterfly type wing. Then the second one has leathery wings that are kind of bat-like but made out of a chitinous sort of membrane. And then the third one has one of the bat-like wings and 2 of the dragonfly type wings. The bat-like wing on one side and the 2 dragonfly wings on the other side. And they all turn towards the door and they snarl and they look like they are going to attack.
Well-
Do I have? I don't have an angle to see any of that, do I?
Adamant is going to ever so calmly pull out his mace.
Okay. And these 3 creatures are, like I said, man-sized with wings. And this one is a large creature.
Oh,
And it looks, it does look like an oversized, he might have been a man at one time, but he's grown to be probably more like the size of an ogre, and very misshapen, has very stubby legs and arms, and there are growths all over him. Some of the growths are kind of like boils and lesions, and at least several of those lesions have tentacles sticking out of them.
I didn't mean to cast that place.
And
He is going to cast Protection from Good and Evil. He's going to step into the room.
okay, all right. Well, in that case, I am going to go ahead and select all 4 of these creatures and give them turns. Oh, crap. Never mind. Hold on. I forgot to do that. Okay. Galibar, I will put your initiative back on. Okay. There we go. So we
I'm
have...
going to use Angel Wings. Yes, Angel Wings sounds like a good one.
Okay. Oh, crap. Doink. 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 Uncheck that. Check that. And then add a turn. There we go. 12. Okay. So, now. Oh, boom.
So we are rolling initiative.
Yep, you can go ahead and roll
goodness.
initiative.
So that's what we're doing, huh? We got to kill this thing or whatever.
I would guess this is the creature we're supposed to kill. Yep.
In a small room. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody has to come into the small room. So there is that. I don't think everybody could fit into the small room with all these monsters in here.
Okay. So,
But looking at these,
and then,
they look very much like aberrations.
yeah, they look like they definitely look like something.
Yeah, Gally, I rolled initiative with advantage, but it took the second option. I'm not sure about that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Go back to this one and then go to crap.
Oh shit! Adamant goes before Oyohusa. I don't know how to handle that.
I think Oyohusa purposely went.
I don't
You
want to
handle
go
it.
in that room.
You handle it by punching. That's how you handle it, or hitting with your mate. Yeah. Yep.
Well, they're gonna have disadvantage to hit me. So I'll leave it that's good.
Okay.
Disadvantage to hit the AC 24 guy. That's a dick move, isn't it?
Okay, then. Okay, so 3, 9, 24. Adamant, what's your
My
dex?
Dex is 11.
Dex is 11.
Yep.
Oh, whoops. Okay, and then this guy has a dex of he's got a dex of, come on, where are you? You're on this page. You're over here. 14. Okay, so all right, and then Galibar, what's your actual dex?
16.
Okay, and this guy has a dex of 20. Okay. All right. And then let's see. We're going to put it in descending order. Oh.
I'm still stuck with 10, 14 instead of 17, 14.
17, 14. Okay.
You can change it.
Yeah, you can change it yourself.
I can? Oh,
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah.
I never knew that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. I've got it. So we won't try to change it at the same time. All right. There we go. Galibar, Rogad, Adamant, Oyohusa, Thardram, Zandri. All right. So the first thing that happens is this creature on the far side of the room from Adamant. And it lets out a screech, a deafening sounding screech. And it uses its... Oh, okay. I thought it was going to show the... everybody needs to make a wisdom save. Unless you are immune to the frightened condition. If you're immune to the frightened condition, you don't have to make a save.
Let me check.
It's a wisdom save?
Yep.
If they're aberrations, I cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Okay. Yeah. And actually, just want to make sure. Yep, you are... Thardram is within 30 feet of them, of this one, so... Yeah. Okay. Thardram, you're fine. Oyo, that's a no good for you. Zandri, that's a no good for you. And Galibar, that's a no good for you. So, the three of you are all frightened.
Which means we can't move any closer.
Right, so I'm just going to say, I'm going to give you...
It's a good thing I just picked up some ranged.
Yep. Now, we are going to do that. We are just going to go ahead and make sure we do this.
Well, we tried. See you guys later.
No. As a reaction, I'm going to reach out and grab Oyo's collar and yank him back.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. Now that's important. Within line of sight. The effect that makes you frightened is within the ability to hear it. But the disadvantage is when you're within line of sight. And then you cannot willingly move close. You cannot. Okay, yeah. No, that's a separate bullet. You cannot willingly move closer. So if you cannot see it, and we're going to say that door is open. So if you cannot see it, which Galibar, you can see it. Zandri, yeah, you can kind of see it, but Oyohusa, you cannot see it, and Thardram, you cannot see it. So while Oyo can't move any closer, he doesn't have disadvantage on attack rolls or ability checks. So and then let me furthermore go ahead and make sure that we have and yeah, I'll do that to signify disadvantage. Yeah. All right. So that reminds me who has disadvantage from where they are. All right. That's what he does. Can he attack? That's an action for him. So, that's his turn. Galibar, you are up.
Okay. Galibar holds up his axe with the flat end facing this bug. And the crystal, the ruby on his great axe turned blue for a moment. And I cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Does a 10 hit?
10, AC 10. No, that will not hit. But yeah, so do you want to move or do you want to hang out there?
I can't move closer.
Right, you can't move any closer. So at the end of your turn, you are entitled to a saving throw. So go ahead and make another wisdom save. Yeah, no, still frightened. Then this other flying horror. Okay, seeing that screech had absolutely no effect on the metal man in the room, it is going to kind of release its grip on the ceiling and sort of fly down and attack Adamant with its claws. Which, let's see how that works out for it.
With disadvantage.
AC.
Yep. Disadvantage.
Oh, that's right, with disadvantage because it is evil. Well, we know that's going to be a miss, but just for giggles and grins, let's see what happens. Yep, it's a miss. So, yep, and it misses, and then this creature. This big lumbering thing, it opens its mouth as though it's trying to talk, but this sort of, unworldly growl is all that comes out of the mouth. And it okay. Is Adamant immune to paralysis?
I don't think so. Let me double check. Or at least attempt to. I really need a new computer. Getting dumb. Features and traits. I am not. Is it a charm or anything? What kind of effect is it?
It's a wisdom save, and if you fail, it'll leave you paralyzed.
Let me just. Okay. Well, then. One wisdom save coming right up.
Oh, okay. You pass that easily, and you are immune to it for 24 hours. Now it can do this to up to 2 creatures, and Galibar, your token is just barely visible in the square, so he can see you. So I'm going to ask you to do a wisdom save as well. Oh, and you also pass, and you are also immune to that effect for 24 hours. So that's his first action. And then he attacks. A tentacle shoots out of one of the boils on this thing and lashes out at Adamant. And this is a +7 on the attack roll. Both of his attacks are +7s.
At disadvantage.
Yep. So we will do So AC 22, does that hit you?
No.
Okay. And then he lunges over and he tries to bite you. That's also with a +7. Oh, does a 12 hit you? No.
You are so lucky you had that disadvantage.
I
Yeah.
know. You would have gotten me.
Yeah. And so this is a corpulent, it looks like something that seems like it should almost rot in front of your eyes, and yet it's incredibly agile and huge and strong. It's kind of terrifying. Adamant, you are up.
Yep. Adamant
Uh,
is.
shouldn't I go?
Oh yeah, Zandri goes first.
Yeah.
Oh, because I didn't reset the order. Okay, hang on. I'm going to do this, then I'm going to go back and get us. Okay, Zandri, you're up.
Okay, it's a real quick turn because I can't move forward. Zandri's just gonna cast Shield of Faith on this guy, so he gets a +2 bonus to his AC.
Okay.
And because she can't move any closer.
Okay, so he's now got the Shield of Faith on. All right, and Adamant.
I'm guessing that Wisdom save fails.
Adamant is gonna.
Oh, yes, that Wisdom. Wait a minute. From their effect? Yeah.
From the fear.
It does.
Effect,
Yeah, it does fail.
He is going to hit the big guy.
Okay.
You know what he's going to hit the big guy with? He is going to hit the big guy. Come on. Hey, where's me here? 1, 2. I don't think that's going to hit though.
AC 13? No, it doesn't quite hit. This guy has a very thick hide, and he's also a whole lot more agile than you think he would be for something so large. All right. Anything else, or are you just going to hang out there?
I'm just going to hang out there.
Okay.
I'm definitely the tanky tank in this situation.
Yeah. All right. Oyohusa, you are up until you pass your wisdom save. You can't move any closer, but if you have any spells or anything you'd like to do before you make your saving throw, you can do that.
Nope. I'll make my saving throw.
Okay. Hey! All right. It's the end of your turn, but you are no longer affected by the fear.
Alrighty.
The fear passes. And Thardram, you are up.
So wonderfully, none of you can move forward. And
But
none of
you can, you can move through your...
I can't without dashing, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is kind of annoying. So please get out of my way if you can't move forward next time. But Thardram's going to go here, and he's going to reach into a pouch, get some salt and some iron, and throw it on Zandri, and go, have no fear anymore.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Zandri gets so mad. She's been in the sewers, and now she's got salt and iron being thrown on her, and she gets so mad she gets afraid to be forgets to be frightened.
Okay, you will now going forward, Zandri, you will have advantage on those saving throws.
Works for me.
Yep. Okay, I was just reading it to see if it gave you a saving throw immediately, but it doesn't look like it does. Yeah. If you're already charmed, frightened, or possessed, advantage. Okay. Excellent. And now this other one. Well, the other one sees what has happened, so it is going to do. How fast are these guys? These guys are pretty fast, aren't they? Oh yeah. 60-foot fly speed. 5, 10. Hey, that's your threat range, Adamant.
It is my
15.
threat range.
So as soon as he flies out the door, you can try to take a whack at it if you want to.
He can fit through that door?
He's man-sized. Yeah. This is a hand-drawn map, so AC 20. I think that's going to hit. It does hit. And it deals 7 bludgeoning damage, and I don't think he has any resistances. Nope, he doesn't have any resistances to bludgeoning, so he takes all of that. All right. And then the top of the round, this guy, he is going to fly over here, and he's going to attack Adamant with his claws. And so he has disadvantage against that. And so we will take the lower of these two. Miss and a miss. Galibar. Oh. Well, it's not the thing. Oh, yeah. It is the thing what frightened you, but it came to you. So you can't move any further away from it, but there's somebody behind you who can't move either. So you can try to attack it, but you have disadvantage on the attack throws. And it is clearly now within your line of sight. So you don't need to roll it twice because that's already taken into your disadvantage.
He gets extra attack. Galibar has extra attack.
Oh, okay. Never mind. The first attack will miss. The second attack will hit. And will deal 11 points of damage. Because it doesn't have resistance to slashing damage either. And the save, save is not quite good enough yet. This flying horror, it's just going to attack Adamant again with its disadvantage. Ooh. Oh, will a 23 hit?
Nope. I'm sure glad for that disadvantage.
Yeah, that's 2 crits in 2 turns that it would have gotten on you, or that something would have gotten on you. Okay, well, Rogad needs to double check. No, he doesn't need to double check. Because that's not recharge. Well, he can't see anybody, so it doesn't matter. He's just going to attack with his tentacle and his bite. So, going back here. Tentacle attack. Miss. Bite attack. Miss. Zandri. don't know if you have any spells you can
No,
cast.
I don't have any range spells. You know what? Actually, I can cast Fairy Fire. That's a good idea. I will cast Fairy Fire.
Ooh.
Now, here's the thing about Fairy Fire. It's all creatures.
Oh yeah.
So that means that any creature within the range, its enemies have advantage to attack it. So
Yeah, I was gonna put it in the room here, but yeah, I it's concentration, so I can't cast it. I was wrong.
okay,
So, yep.
no, because I was thinking like what reminded me of that is that if you put it like to catch these two guys, then it would also cover these guys, which would mean if they ever turned around, they would have advantage to attack your allies.
Nah.
Okay.
I
All
was
right.
gonna put it in the room, but I can't do it. So
Okay. So
save.
go ahead. Yeah, and you get advantage on this save.
Does it 6? Oh, and it does it automatically. Okay.
Does it automatically? 18 does save. So
Oh, thank goodness.
you get both of those conditions removed from you.
Thardram are awesome.
And Adamant,
You're throwing salt on me. I'm gonna break it.
you are up.
Well, let's see here.
And we'll finish out this round and we'll stop it here because I know it's midnight where Ash is, so I don't want to keep him up too late.
Okay. I am going to attempt to hit this guy again. Going for the big dude. Son of a...
Yep, 11 is not gonna cut it.
Just right now, I'm just a really big distraction.
Yeah. Oyohusa?
Well, there's not much room.
Yeah, they
He's
yeah,
blocking the door.
You can't push through an enemy space. You can push through your allies space. I mean, about the only thing you could do is slide here up over Galibar, attack this guy, and then slide back. But then he would get an opportunity attack on you, and you slide away. But that's up to you. Whatever.
I'll just end my turn. There's not much I can do. I can't go into the door because there's a creature blocking it, and yeah, there's not really anything I can do except maybe shoot a bow at the creature.
Yeah, you could shoot a bow. AC 20. That'll hit. -8.
And I get 2 attacks.
Okay, with the first shot, he is now bloodied. Okay, come on, you. There. He's bloodied. And the second shot does 9 points of damage. All right, they're both hits. All right, and Thardram. Still clogged hallway.
Yeah, no, people.
Nobody's gotten out of your way.
There's people still not getting out of the way.
Yeah, because even if Zandri moves, you could use that pole arm and stab at it behind.
Oh, I
beyond
forgot he has
Galibar.
10-foot range. Shit.
Yeah. Well, but it was at the end of Zandri's turn that she made her save, so she couldn't move anyway.
But she could move backwards. Just saying.
Oh.
Please remember, you can move backwards. I'm just gonna pull out a hand axe and throw it.
Oh, okay. I'll let you go ahead and get your.
And if I can, I'm gonna peer under everyone's legs so I can see it and flame a warrior as well.
Ooh, okay, sure.
Whenever I can find a hand axe. There we go.
Oh, 16. That will hit.
Okay, so there's 11 slashing and 5. Oh, it's all force damage because of playing a warrior. So
Yeah.
16 force damage.
16. How would you like to kill this thing with your hand axe?
It has wings, right?
Yep.
Straight through both wings.
Okay. All right.
One wing, depending on the angle.
Yeah. It screeches with an unearthly sound, and it dies horribly. And we're going to move it to the GM layer so that you guys can move into that area. And then, it was about to be that guy's turn, but that's the end of the round. So we are going to call the session there, and we will resume next time, top of the round, with this guy here. So, congratulations, guys. You are in Ravnica.
We were going to be kidnapped, but the kidnapper fucked up.
Yes, you have already started to see a little bit of guild politics playing out. You have met some allies, maybe, at least people who don't want to kill you right away. You have discovered a part of Ravnica that your friends from the Azoria Senate probably would never have wanted you to see. That being the Undercity.
Zandri was planning on sneaking down into this area anyway, just to see what they were hiding. So this works.
Yeah. And you've met a bunch of insect people. And whatever the hell this creature is in the room with Adamant.
I just saw the pictures. Like, I'm gonna use protection against you. It was a dick move, but I'm gonna do it.
Oh, hey, you know what? You guys you're in an entirely new world now. And I'm gonna give you a little preview. If it's in your schedule to be able to, you probably want to pencil in 8 o'clock on Monday night, the 24th of February. And either watch the Monster Monday live if you want to ask any questions, or at least come back and watch that on the stream later on. And the reason I say that is that it's the first monster that I'm focusing on in Monster Monday that started off life as a card in Magic the Gathering and was brought to D&D with the Guilds of Ravnica. And in that episode, I talk a little bit about my philosophy of how I am, merging the mechanics of D&D and Magic the Gathering. And so it will give you a little bit of insight. It doesn't give away really any specific secrets, but it gives you a little bit of things to start thinking about as you run into monsters that, wait a minute, I can't find that in the monster manual anywhere. I've never seen that. What the hell is that? Or those of you that play Magic, you see that, oh, yeah, I use that in my decks all the time. what the hell is it going to do in D&D? You'll kind of get a way of starting to figure out the formula, because I have tried to put it into a more or less an algorithm so that it just helps me keep things more balanced on my end from what an effective fight and a well-balanced encounter would be.
Makes
for you
sense.
guys. Yep. All right, everyone. Hope you have a great week. And I look forward to next Sunday. We'll finish up this fight and we will see what happens after that.
Also, I can't believe I missed 2 level 3 inflict wounds. That hurts my soul.
Yeah, and
I can't believe that I'm literally like 15 feet away from this monster and I can't swoop in and just like start wailing on it.
yeah. Well, next round, you
I hit it.
Adam is just standing there pretty much.
He's like, inflict wounds, reaching out. I don't want to touch it. Inflict wounds, reaching out. I really don't want to touch it.
I had to wash my hands. I had to scour it. It's so much work. I don't want to deal